Good morning! Good morning! How was your evening, chat?
I still have the fan on because you guys said it wasn't obnoxious, and it feels good to have cold air, chat. Fan is loud today. Oh no. Oh no. I'll change it if I have to. I haven't moved it since yesterday. I haven't moved it, but if it's loud, I'll move it. You had 2 wisdom teeth pulled and you're in extreme pain. Oh fuck, I'm sorry. Oh fuck, I'm sorry. I hope you enjoy eating pudding and milkshakes for the next week. Y'all hear a fan? Rusty McShane, thank you for the 10 gift schmeats. Thank you. Numba, thank you for the 4 months of Proom, my dude. Saba Class, thank you for the 31 fucking months. A huge ass number. Oh shit. We have a treasure train. Happy treasure trails, as it were. Nelthina, thank you for that 25-month Proom, dude. Thank you. Mandorian, thank you for the 4-month resub. Charon, thank you for the 16 months. Smiling Reaper, huge fucking number. Thank you for the 44 months, dude. Thank you. Corin, thank you for the biddies. Thank you. Can't fix them. You're not a chiropractor. Look at that neck. What did he mean by this? Cold Acid, thank you for the biddies, for the scam train. Lord Suchio, thank you for the 5 gift subs, dude. Thank you. Iron Johan, thank you for the biddies. Thank you. A treasure. Yeah, we have treasure trails here. I don't like calling them treasure trails because it feels kind of fruity. You know, they made that joke in Letterkenny. But I like Happy Trail. It feels better. But you know, if we treasure train, the treasure trail makes sense. Did I get my carrots? I did finally get my carrots!
I'm sorry that I got fisted so hard it fucked up my stream.
Get a Gleestia! Thank you for the 15 schmeats for fisting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe I should move the fan so that it's not pointed at the mic? I don't know, everybody else said that it was fine. Everyone else said it was, is it not actually fine? I don't know. Everyone says it's fine. And it hasn't moved since yesterday. It's in the same place as yesterday. Letterkenny is underrated. It is very underrated. It's audible, but it's not horrendous. I can move it. I like being cool because it helps with my energy levels. But if it's obnoxious, I'd rather not have that. Kirsche of the Verstalian bone. I am the bone of my spine, as it were. Comfy Foxy's more important. I would love to be comfy, but if it's actually loud, I think the audio experience is better without fan noises. Put the fan back. I already moved it. Jimothy Farm, thank you for the 3-month Mamba. Thank you. The fan was rumbly the whole of last stream, but you're busy installing an AC with your dad and didn't say anything. Oh no. Bluntly, thank you for the 14 months of Proom. Thank you for brooming. Now you miss the fan? Oh no. Now you don't need low frequency cutoff. I don't know what that means. Bro Blood, thank you for the 6-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Sudafed, thank you for the 27 months. You've been blasting my streams from your work truck while you worked overtime the last couple of weeks. Thanks for making the hours of checking trailer tires bearable. That sounds like a very repetitive task. I'm glad I could spice it up a bit. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. There's a really low hiss, but it's not affecting being able to hear you. There's a low hiss now? There shouldn't be a low hiss now. Can't tell you to move it away if you don't move it again. What do you mean? That was today's we're out of cereal message. Time for you to lurk the rest of stream. Okay, alright. You wonder if it's a headphones issue and the fan audio is going into a specific side for them so it's easier to pick out? I have no idea. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Really need to get Smug Alana to step up her game. How did Iron Mouse get Blue Sky to call her a Yahtzee before Alana? She has to up those numbers. I don't know, man. I don't know. My fan is very much clear. Well, it shouldn't be clear now because it's nowhere near me. You're deaf as hell. Fan sounds don't bug you. I mean, fan sounds are definitely annoying if they're, like, super audible, but it wasn't a hiss, more like a stone falling downhill forever while I was talking. What? You have headphones and literally can't hear any fan? Have your fan where you need to be comfy.
I know, Monya.
You sexually identify as a corpo borpo? I don't know what that means. You're hearing a fuzzy hiss now from your phone earbuds? Well, that sounds like a you problem. Yeah, because I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's just like the fuzzy hiss that's always in my background because my mic always has a little bit of background noise picker-uppering. You just got back from vacation, already dreading work tomorrow, but at least you got your gamer subs 10% off with code Kirsche. True! Use code Kirsche for 10% off your gamer subs orders. Thank you for your contributions. Has anyone got the 3D mouse pads? The 3D mouse pads still have not shipped yet. The support email thought that they would have them in 1 to 2 weeks, but that was 3+ weeks ago. Let me pose a question then as well. All right, question has been posed. Anthony, thank you. We know you hate us, so go ahead and have your fan pointed right at you and the mic. Well, I didn't do that out of hate. I did that out of the air conditioner was broken. And, you know, it just felt really nice to have a fan after that, even though the air conditioner is no longer broken. It just felt really nice. You have 4 fans running in your room right now. You wouldn't be able to tell if it was yours or mine. Oh, shit. The fan hiss is fine and ignorable. It was the fan sub bass that was a problem, but it was fixed now. Yeah, I don't know why that was happening, because it wasn't moved from yesterday. None of my audio changed from yesterday. So if it wasn't there yesterday, I don't know why it'd be here today. Sound guy, not sound gay. Potato, potato. Daniel Sierra, thank you. It's your tail. You keep brushing it on the mic. I can't help it. Gets knotted very easily. Matt Larson, thank you. What's the word on the custom pew pew development? We have hit snags, which is why I asked people if they had given me a manufacturer name in mod tickets before.
You've been a bad girl.
I need to personally reach out to them instead of having my Mythic manager do it, so I need to know what those companies were, because I definitely don't remember at this point. I heard it yesterday, a lot of my chatters have permanent hearing damage! Oh, it's just because we're old. Sapphire Aegis, thank you. You've not received any emails about any of the merch shipping, and you contacted website support, but you haven't heard back. Yeah, to my knowledge, it was like the 3D mouse pads were delayed coming in, like they should have been in, but then the manufacturer was delayed sending them. So they were supposed to go out like after 1 or 2 weeks, but apparently that was 3 weeks ago. So I just asked like, hey, what's going on with that? Chad is imagining the fan noises. But how would you feel if you didn't hear fan noises today? Are you hearing the fan or the same that hear the parry sound? That'd be funny. You're 22, you're pretty sure you have some level of tinnitus? Oh no. Oh no. But you don't hear fan noises. Deaf at certain frequencies and tinnitus. Yay, being old and military. Oh my gosh. It's like the parry noise Kirsche can't hear. Are the fans in the room with us right now? I mean, I hope so. You've had it in both ears since you were 4? Jesus Christ, that's wild. That's a bit young to get tinnitus. What the, how did that even happen? The mythical Expedition 33 parries. It is mythical. Those aren't fans, they're IDF drones outside your window. How could they have found me? I should be invisible to them. Your mom kicked you in the head. What the fuck? Why? What the fuck? The bullpups give hearing damage. I was a little retarded shooting out at the range at one point recently. I have ear muffs that I had been using from one of the Bunker Bros. And for some reason, like we take off one ear cuff because we can't hear each other talk when we're not shooting, right? So like I took off one of my ear cuffs to talk, and then forgot to put it back on before they started shooting again. And so as soon as one of them shot and I got jump scared by it, I was like, oh fuck. Oh fuck, let's fix that. delicious liquid sustenance. It's not cool air, it's the fans we
You're
made
getting
along the
a
way.
vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
And the Sapphire Egg is thank you. But didn't the Docky already ship? You ordered one of those too? Yes. If you only ordered Dockies, you've already gotten your order. However, if you ordered a mouse pad with Dockies, your order is held up until those mouse pads come in. Grey Soul, thank you. Look into Stealth Arms Platypus. I don't know what that means. Stealth Arms Platypus. I've written it down. Whatever that means. So you like the electric ones that have mics that cut out when it reaches a certain decibel level? I don't have those. The drones are there for your protection. They want to make sure you stay safe. Thanks, Masad. Mr. Memetic, thank you for the 32-month resub. Thank you. That explains why you haven't gotten your Docky. Yeah, if you ordered a Docky and a mousepad, the mousepads are holding up shipping of your order. So those will hopefully be out soon, TM. And hopefully I'll get a response from my website maintenance guys, and they'll let me know what's going on with the manufacturing. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Has Foxy tried the many noise-canceling Shuda earbuds and or muffs? I know they're, like, better, but I don't like the ones that go directly into your ear canal. Especially because I'm always paranoid. Like, you have to like, depress the earbud and then, like, slowly pull it out, because if you just pull it out, like, the suction could damage your eardrum. So, like, I don't want to fuck around with those, so I just wear the over-ear ones. You ordered the mouse pads with the Dockies, you figured that was the case, so this ain't your first rodeo, you can't rush perfection. Still have pretty fast shipping for VTubers, all things considered, you know? But I would like for things to smooth out. This was my first drop, so thank you for your patience, everyone. A big ear protection for big ears, exactly. It smooshes the wax in, too. Yeah, I hate it. I hate the plugs, man. Eskil, thank you for the 13-month Mamba. Munya, thank you. Thank you. Today, I was gonna start off with something, like, previously local news to where I used to be in New England, but then something happened again. Something, I really need to stop making jokes about things, because apparently when I make jokes, they just become real. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do if I can't joke about anything anymore, chat. If I can no longer joke about things, what is the point of living? So, unfortunately, I saw this on my timeline. Canada has achieved a grim medical milestone, the world's first successful heart transplant from a patient euthanized via MAID. A 38-year-old man with ALS was lethally injected just 7 minutes after his heart stopped. It was reanimated, transported to the US, and transplanted. This marks a terrifying new frontier in organ donation after euthanasia, where Canada is now a world leader. The numbers are exploding. 136 of 286 global ODE cases by 2021 were Canadian. 5% of all organ transplants in Canada in 2024 used organs from the euthanized. Medical reports themselves warn of the coercion. Patients who feel they are a burden may now feel pressured to do something meaningful with their death. The desire to donate can become a driver for the request to die. We are normalizing a pathway where the most vulnerable are harvested to save others. This isn't just about one life-saving transplant. It's about the ethical cost to a society that creates a system where death becomes a utility. And I was like, hold on, wait a minute. This sounds familiar. This sounds familiar. And it's familiar because back on August 1st, I apparently made this exact joke scenario. Government and hospitals would take advantage of it and take people's lives to make money. Isn't that what they're doing already? Isn't that like what people predicted would happen with MAID, and then MAID services were like, hey, we can harvest organs this way. Unfortunately, very profitable. Yeah, it is profitable. China has an issue. So it's I am no longer allowed to be a comedian, as I am apparently Cassandra Reborn, and I hate it. Stop making jokes, Prometheus. The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? This is like every colony you've ever run playing RimWorld. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. You want to leave this episode of Black Mirror, please? Oh, sweet zombie Jesus. What is wrong with Canada? That's a great question. Stop Cassandraing so close to the sun. I wish I could just make jokes about how great things would be, you know? That would be wonderful, would it not? Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. China on par with actual China for organ harvesting. Thanks, I hate it. One American does not equal one Canadian. They should have saved a few more with the Canadian. What do you mean? But there's a whole article here. There's a whole article here. Mr. Shadowsgate, thank you for those 5 Kick gift subs. Thank you. Thank you for the gift subs on Kick. We love warm blankets for the warm bodies, bro. Thank you. Mika Lim, thank you. Nothing ever happens until Kirsche makes a joke. Thanks, I hate it. Anthony, thank you. Just put a link to the earmuffs you use at a range and stream suggestions. They're at a good price, and you can hear the Bunker Bros talk while wearing them. Plus lots of colors. Ooh, I like colors. Thank you. Thank you. Grilled Cheese Enjoyer, thank you. Is the Foxu a comedian? Or is she blessed with foresight? Maybe both. Can you do a joke about the stability of some EU SSR states? You know, it'd be really funny if Uzbekistan suddenly had a higher GDP than France. I hope they remember to harvest all 4 limbs, both eyes, a kidney, lung, and a heart of liver. So now that her psychic powers are confirmed, when are we starting the cult of the special fox woman? What is happening, bro? Mildly OCD, thank you. Canada has 2 modes, overly apologetic or waking war crime. They need to update to the Geneva checklist. True. Wait, no. Schmear lies, thank you for the swastikas, dude. Please tell Zachary Pearson not to be blackpilled. Who is Zachary Pearson? I guess don't be blackpilled, whoever you are, guy. Canada, what the hell? Those are 4 words you never wanted to see together. Organ donation supply chain. Yeah, it's kind of ominous, honestly. What did the French do to you? I don't know. It's just the first EU country that came to mind. Vape games. Hello, Mr. Vapist. Is Chicago turning into an actual war zone? Trump should send in the Marines. He should. I have some tabs on Chicago today. I can't tell the difference between Chicago and Portland anymore. They just kind of blur together whenever people post videos right now. Does that mean all the times I've said we're gonna find wives and have families that it's going to come true? I certainly fucking hope so. Chicago. I like that. There we go. Now I can read.
BGM.
Canada's turning its assisted suicide regime into an organ donation supply chain. Ethicists have warned that harvesting organs from euthanized patients could result in pressuring people to opt for death so that their organs can be used by those with better prognoses. The heart of a 38-year-old Canadian man who was euthanized was successfully harvested and donated to a 59-year-old American man with heart failure. According to the National Post, the case highlights a growing trend, organs being harvested from euthanasia victims. A report from the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center in the Ottawa Hospital detailed the procedure. Here, we report the first case of successful cardiac transplantation after MAID. The medical team wrote, and more ominously, provision of MAID and death determination occurred in keeping with Canadian standards. Death was declared within 7 minutes of initiating the MAID protocol. Thanks, I hate it. The Canadian was suffering from ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease and had indicated his desire to donate his organs. But this is a landmark case of a heart transplant following euthanasia. The dead donor's heart was removed, attached to a special machine that reanimates or restarts the heart to keep blood flowing through the organs while keeping them warm, and then transported to Pittsburgh where the transplant took place. You know, I think this, like, assisted suicide thing is something that sounds really good on paper, right? Because it's like, oh, it'll only be used for terminal victims who would only go on to live several months or maybe up to a year in excruciating bedridden pain. And so they can choose to end their own lives with dignity if they don't want to go through that. However, in practice, it's just become oh, you're kind of depressed? Have you considered killing yourself? Oh, you're a military veteran? Have you considered killing yourself? Oh, are you a child who doesn't like their parents? Have you considered killing yourself?
FFL manufacturer for his axe. That group is hella plugged into the pew pew business and can probably facilitate the needed conversations for the foxy pews.
You know, I could probably try messaging Brandon myself as well. That could work. That's actually a really good idea. I think maybe someone had suggested that before and then I completely forgot about it. Because that's what I'm wont to do. My brain doesn't work. Thank you, Brent Wolfe.
Thank you.
Breaking news. Famous VTuber Kirsche versatile now in the hallowed ranks as the Babylon Bee for saying shite that winds up being true. In other news, Moonian. Is on the rise, always remember to avoid giving Kirsche's doomer news after midnight.
True, don't feed the Kirsche's doomer news after midnight. It makes it hard for them to sleep. Battleizer, thank you, my guy. And unlike the Babylon Bee, I can't be bought out by opposition forces. I don't understand. What has Canada got to do with the youth in Asia? Don't worry about it, friend. It's okay. Don't worry about this needle I'm pulling out of my back pocket either. Everything's gonna be fine, bro. You're just gonna get a nice maid. Logan's Game, thank you. You hate it up here. Willing to make fresh hand-squeezed pineapple juice to move. Oh, God, I have pineapple in the fridge I need to eat. I always forget. I always forget about my pine schnapples. It's weird how the old taboos against things like assisted suicide because of the possible terrible uses keep being justified! I know. It's crazy. Devil Fruit Zero, thank you. Hi, Kirsche. You got a kitty recently. You missed having one. Like the fox woman, it makes you so happy. Hope all the kitties in your life are doing well. I miss Cheems Ball and Gravy and Ziggy so much. I miss my cats and I want them to sleep on me again. Sparky, thank you. Who could have predicted that China would implement low-tier God as their healthcare guidelines? It's a very, very weird place to be living. I'm not even a Canadian, but it's like they're above me, right? So it's like I gotta care a little bit what happens there.
In 4 it comes out that made veganism and Islamification turns out to be a 3-pronged plot by Saudi oil barons to turn the West into a farm of halal organs.
I feel like it would be more likely the Chinese to have instituted that, let's be real. Especially because the Chinese were already ahead of us on, like, gene editing. Bahamut, thank you. Did I ever imagine there would be a day where a Western government would kill its citizens and sell their organs? Are we turning into RimWorld? No. I mean, maybe if I was older, I probably would have, like, assumed this would happen sooner. But you know, I'm kind of young, so I wasn't exactly, like, incredibly politically plugged in for a long time. I wonder if we're going to find out they're flying organs out to China? That would be horrific. Can Muslims eat long pork? That's a good question. Baja Cat, thank you. If you read the article to us without showing it and substituted the World War II Yahtzees for Canada, it'd fit perfectly. How far Canada has fallen. Did the Nazis have, like, euthanasia like this? Was this something that they did? Androtaz, thank you. Foxtax, have you seen Peeba's heckin' wholesome cartism arc? I have not. I have heard that she has recently gained a massive desire for a Miata, and to that I say welcome to the club. I have been praising Miatas for years. They're super cute and super fun, and I dated a guy who had one at one point. No, he wasn't gay. I mean, he might have been, but he wasn't at the time. For the crippled and mentally unwell, you know, if you wrote about an evil empire that basically did everything the Canadians have been doing, you'd be told by your editor that it's too unrealistic. We see a lot of that in the news recently, where it's like, if I decided to pitch this as like a story thing, I'd be told, go back and make it more realistic. Mr. Snowman, thank you for the 3-month member. Speaking of realistic, I watched a movie last night, and I expected it to be really bad, because it was a movie made in recent times. However, it did that thing where it's like, incredibly far left progressive director intends to make a film showcasing like generational trauma and internalized racism, but accidentally ends up making a film that just proves everyone on the right correct about what they've said about certain groups of people. And so like the entire time I'm watching this movie, I'm just like, there's no way. How do you lack the level of self-awareness that you accidentally make a movie incredibly fucking based when you were trying to preach to people about your weird fucking Marxist religion? But does he realize he did that? Probably not. Probably not. And he's not like a large director, so it's not like he could make a sequel like the Joker guy did, just like shitting on everyone. What was the movie? Oh god, what was the movie called? I kind of want to like bring it up again like I did with the other thing, but I was told on Kick, like you literally cannot watch movies on Kick. So I would have to kill my Kick stream if I was going to do like an EFAP kind of thing with it. Which is funny because there are multiple Starship Troopers sequels. Bad latency, thank you. According to Sheena, Miatas are only owned by women and gay men, so she's not exactly wrong. I can't exactly argue with that. Binary Mind, thank you. The name of the movie was The Strays. Let me see if I can like bring up the trailer at least. I can probably play the trailer even if I can't play the movie. The Strays. Sheena can't park. Disregard her opinion on cars. Of course she can't park. She's a woman. I can't park either. What do you mean? Yeah, do you have to be logged in to count towards the warm body count on Kick? That's a great question. I have no idea. Alright, so here's the trailer for the movie.
Welcome to our home.
Oh, it's a picture perfect home with a picture perfect family. Look how wonderful they are. This is another the real horror is racism. I think that's what he was trying to go for, but he accidentally made it. Well, I don't know if I could even realistically review this movie on stream without getting canceled again.
Wonderful morning.
So essentially, this woman is the main character, and like the movie starts with her being in like some kind of ghetto, and she's depressed, and she's like, I just want to get out of my life. I don't deserve this. I deserve more, blah, blah, blah. And because she's a light-skinned black woman, the whole movie is based around her having internalized racism and trying to get away from black people and anything to do with blackness and black culture. And so she, like, abandons her children because they're too black and she's white passing. So she feels like she can live a better life if she's not followed around with darker-skinned black kids than what she is. So she moves away to like a really nice, pure white suburban neighborhood, marries a white man, has children with the white man, and so those children are even lighter skinned than her. And when her black children meet her white passing children, they're very upset with them because the lighter skinned black children have more privilege than they do and are more favored than they are. And so the black kids decide, we're going to break into her house and flood the house and scare the shit out of her light-skinned children and kill her husband. And when they kill her husband, the black guy literally says, it's your fault for getting involved with us. And I was like, I was out of my fucking, like, what am I hearing right now? Like, literally the most tone-deaf way you could have made a movie like this.
Isn't it?
These are the villains, right? I looked it up after, and a lot of people were like, yeah, it's very sympathetic to the children that she abandoned because, you know, she was just focused on herself and being selfish and how she wanted to get rid of everything to do with her blackness in her life, and that's just not something that is realistic. And I was like, what is happening?
You're practically one of us.
Practically.
Her scratching herself through the entire movie is very common. So like they showed her scratching there. She's wearing wigs so that she doesn't show her black hair. She's wearing the wigs to like, I guess, appear even more white in this white town. And so she's constantly scratching at her hair. And you notice that she also starts scratching whenever she's like lying about something. So it's like every time she's living part of a lie, she has like an intense need to scratch.
Cute.
Gross.
Morning, Miss Williams.
Are you alright?
I'm fine.
Mom, look out!
Women drivers, am I right? She like this guy is actually her son, and I don't know if he's like pretending to be a janitor, if he actually managed to get a janitor job. I have no idea. But this guy, he looks like he's in his 40s, and they're trying to pass him off as like a teenage son. I feel like they could have picked a better actor for that, because throughout the entire movie, I was like, I can't tell if this is her husband or if she had 2 kids. I genuinely can't tell. But she sees this guy give her son a cigarette, and so she goes to the dean, and she complains about it, and she's like, I want there to be repercussions, and the dean's like, well, we can't do that. That would be racist. And so she's like, well, at least a formal warning then. And I guess they're trying to portray that as she's being inherently discriminatory, even though that's actually an event that literally just happened and we all just saw it.
What's that? At the window? Someone's there, can't you see?
What are you talking about?
Someone's coming!
What is wrong with you tonight?
There are people out to hurt us. Out to bring violence against us.
Least self-aware movie I've ever fucking watched. The accent. She changed her accent, and when she meets with her kids, they actually mention that. Her like black kids are like, what happened to your voice? What's with this accent? And then she drops the accent to talk to them. She puts on this accent to fit in more with the white people. He smiled at her. They couldn't see him when he closed his mouth. And I think it's also funny that when her kid, that guy that was dressed as the janitor, when her light-skinned kid meets the dark-skinned kid, he doesn't know that it's her kid at first, and then when he meets the guy again, it's like without the janitor uniform, and he explains that like, oh, we're actually, you know, I can't remember what he explained, but then like the first thing that the dark-skinned black kid does with the light-skinned black kid is put a plastic bag around the head of the light-skinned kid's bully and almost suffocate him, and then encourage the light-skinned black kid to break the bully's nose with a basketball. And I was like, I don't even remember the bully getting physical. I just remember him being kind of a dick. Like, what? And then they go to like a rooftop and they smoke again. And then the dark-skinned guy is like, I want you to go to the edge of the roof and look down. And the light-skinned kid's like, yeah, I don't think I want to do that, actually. That sounds kind of dangerous. And he gets up and he's like, you're gonna do it. You're gonna do it right now. And he gets like really angry. And then the kid goes over to the edge of the roof and like pisses himself because he's rightfully worried he might get pushed off. And then he doesn't get pushed off. And the guy's like, okay, you passed. And I was like, what the fuck am I watching, bro? Hold me now, I'm 6 feet from the edge.
What kind of messed up game are you playing?
Is it true? What happened in the past, me?
It's not what you think.
Who are you?
I'm sure you want to go through with this.
The daughter, the light-skinned daughter. I hate how I have to keep calling them that, but I don't remember any of their names, and if I did, you guys probably wouldn't remember their names as I was explaining this, but the light-skinned daughter invited them to a gala that the mom was throwing, and the mom rightfully is just like, what the fuck? How did you find me? How are you here? What's going on? And I guess you're supposed to like feel bad for them because they've been abandoned, and that's awful, right? Parents shouldn't abandon their kids. But then immediately afterwards, they get incredibly violent and kill the husband. So it's like, well, why would I feel bad for them?
Of course.
Run. Run. And run.
She's wearing a fucking tiara. Yeah. A hot take, murder bad. I was like, the husband didn't do anything. Like, the husband didn't know that his wife had, like, a hidden secret life that she had just never told them about. He didn't know that she offered the dark-skinned black kids, like, $20,000 to go back to London instead of terrorizing them in their new life. Like, that... The husband knew literally fucking nothing. And in the middle of the two dark-skinned black kids, like, holding the entire family hostage and flooding the kitchen, holy shit, they left the water running for, I swear to God, half a fucking hour. It was driving me fucking nuts. But, like, the father in the middle of this kidnapping, when his entire family is in danger, is literally just like, I want a divorce. And I was like, yeah, I don't fucking blame you, guy. But also, maybe now's not the time? Question mark? And then the dark-skinned black kid takes the father into, like, the gym room and makes him do bench presses until the weight falls on him and crushes him and kills him. How much copium do you need to smoke to greenlight this? I have zero idea. So it's a story about a woman being stalked by her dark past. I mean, literally, yeah. This is Get Out 2. She got out, and we took that personally. I imagine the tagline needs work. I've never watched Get Out, so... Excuse me, I had a hiccup and then a burp came out too. Oh God, no! I'm sorry. They said it was about racism, so they greenlit it without question. What in the true blue hell are you talking about? Sonic Extreme, thank you. You can tell me yourself, and stories your dad has told you if it's growing up, you can say that there are black people who do try to distance themselves for good reason. It's just like, obviously the movie was set up like, oh, she's a shitty person for abandoning her family. And I think anyone can get behind, like, yeah, that's a shitty thing to do. But when you find out her family just wants to abuse her, you're like, well, I can't blame her anymore. And then after they kill the dad, the white guy, after they kill the white guy dad, like, they had ordered some sort of, like, Chinese on DoorDash. I don't know where the fuck they found on DoorDash to deliver, like, post-midnight, but whatever, you know, continuity. Like, the mom was just like, I'm gonna go get my checkbook. Do you kids remember where it is? And they were like, oh, it's upstairs. And so she goes upstairs and she gets her checkbook and nobody notices that she has a jacket with her. And then instead of giving a tip to the guy, maybe she did, I don't know, but then she just leaves and abandons all 4 of the kids. And it's like, well, now your 2 light-skinned kids are probably dead like your husband. Like, I don't, what am I supposed to learn from this? Like, the message is don't leave your abusive family. I don't fucking know, man. Oh my God. Master Prick, thank you. Your Puerto Rican boss was moving to mainland US and she was specifically looking for a place with no Puerto Ricans. She's now married to a white guy and has kids. This movie sounds way funnier now. Oh no. Baja Cat, thank you. In case anyone thought they didn't have the talent to act or direct, this film was made to reassure you the modern bar is actually that low. Like, I went into this thinking it would be like the typical shitty, preachy, like, Netflix garbage, right? And was just confused at every turn. I was like, how did you make this? Get Out 3, she goes to Chinese. The message of the movie is if you let black people in and treat them the same as your own, other blacks will murder you. I really hope that that's not what it's saying, because that's a wild fucking thing to glean. Well, lesson, trust your instincts to run. I mean, she even talked about how, like, the guy that she had those previous kids with was an abusive dude. I guess that guy just, like, never shows back up. What happened to that guy? Did he die? Is he in jail? I don't know. It's like when you ask Filipinos why they marry white American men instead of Filipino men, and they basically say because the white American men don't act like Filipino men. I don't know what that means. Is this another movie you plan on sending to Bagman to try and convert him? No. The other movie I sent to Bagman because it literally had him as a character in it, you know? But, like, This one I was just confused the entire fucking time. Movies like this are why horror is a garbage genre nowadays. What are some of the comments on the trailer? The effect Jordan Peele's Get Out has had in the film industry is insane. These psychological thrillers are taking over lately. I'm here for it. If I Gotta Put Me First was a person, this woman was straight up wicked. Is she wicked if after her children finally find her, the first thing they do is hold her family hostage and then murder her husband? Like, what? It genuinely justifies her actions, and so that's where I'm confused. What if this movie were remade with the sexes reversed? That would be an interesting exercise. Discord has been compromised. If you use customer support services, change your password. I don't think I've ever used customer support on Discord. Moomy playing games. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Where did the old husband go? He was in prison for a month, the time frame she needed to run for murder and then let back out on good behavior. I don't know if you're joking or not, because I don't remember them bringing him up in the movie. I know. Movies suck ass. You only watch movies from the 90s down? Yeah. Androtaz, thank you. The point is just being white is bad. It was such a weird movie. Shadow Television, thank you. It's like a serious, scary movie. What the fuck? Lambie Chop, Jesus fucking Christ, did Paul make this movie? If you told me that this movie was made by, like, a white racist person, I would have completely believed you. But when I looked it up, let me see if I can find it again really quick. Oh, this is billed as a comedy adventure? There's no way. This has, like, animals on the box. Is this, like, a joke? They're bad to the bone. Watch Will Ferrell and Jamie Foxx. I like Jamie Foxx. That's a different Strays movie. Strays, this one. I didn't know that there were two movies with the same fucking name. Okay. Oh, yeah, audience rating is pretty fucking bad, by the way. To the surprise of no one. Like, one of the top reviews here 2 years ago. 2 years ago here. This is an excellent film for active viewing and critical analysis. On the surface, it presents themes regarding race, trauma, morality and ethics, and mental health, but it also incorporates subtle elements of colorism, white flight, and ACEs. It's not horror in a conventional way, but its discombobulated sense of right and wrong might feel pretty horrific. People who view the world in black and white rather than in many shades of gray may be triggered by and reflective of the main character and antagonists. I don't know what aces are, I'm gonna be real with you. I found the main character, Neve's arc, peculiar and somewhat disturbing. Not because I didn't like the writing, but because some of me felt compassion for her ultimate decision. The brain is a muscle that can indeed succumb to extreme stress. A cross-cut scene of Neve's husband being forced to bench press weight he couldn't handle brilliantly symbolized Neve's inner struggle. The white man being led at machete point to weightlift until the weight crushed him was symbolic of the woman's inner struggle? What? I appreciate that symbolic elements were placed all throughout the film and tuned to just the right amount of audience intuitiveness. The writers used black antagonists to compel their audience to criticize and or pity the protagonist. No, I felt like the children were actually, like, more relatable until they decided to be fucking insane. Until they decided, yeah, the correct route here is to just hold the family hostage and kill them. I was like, I feel bad for people who get abandoned by their parents. What the fuck? It's like a ChatGPT review. The antagonists had the most depth, so I would have liked an expansion of their backstory. Some of their background is implied, but they quickly become typical movie murderous sociopaths if you, as a viewer, don't put effort into understanding the impact of their previous circumstances. There's a scene, again, in like a diner where the mother is talking to her two previous children that she abandoned. And she's like, yeah, we're gonna figure out some way to make this right. And I mean, until we can figure that out, and the daughter's like, we're gonna move into the big house. We're gonna move into the big, nice house, and we're gonna have nice things. And the mother's like, well, no, not right now, but I'm going to give each of you $10,000. And the son is like, $10,000 each, eh? And like the way that he says it is implying that it's not good enough. And then the waitress comes back over and asks if they need anything. And he like slams on the table and tells her to like leave them the fuck alone. And it's like, well, that's not very nice. She's the waitress. She has nothing to do with any of this. Why are you being a dick to her? Movie seems more of the same leftist wank that they use to build their narrative to make themselves the victims. It's like a mythos for them. It's so weird. It's so weird. Like, maybe I would have a different, like, view of the movie if I could Stockholm Syndrome myself into thinking like a perpetual victim progressive person. But to, like, a normal functioning human being, this movie doesn't make any sense. Especially for what the, like, director wanted it to portray. Was the waitress white? Yes, they're in a fully white town. The only black person there was the light-skinned, white-passing black woman who married the white man and then had even whiter, white-passing children. Not an FBI, thank you for the... Sorry, what is that review? You bet this fool thinks that Wakanda's real! Can't we just say murder bad? It's really how they made the woman who abandoned her family the most sympathetic person in the family. I feel like the father was the most sympathetic. He didn't know anything about her past. He realized, like, oh shit, this woman I've been married to for, like, goddamn 20 years has been a liar the entire fucking time. And now I'm being held hostage by her estranged children because they're angry. And then what? Now I'm being murdered by them. Like the father, unironically the most sympathetic. Oh, the black family. I mean, I guess maybe, I don't know. I feel like we never see the father from the original family. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Kirsche, if you didn't turn into a sociopathic killer, no one has an excuse. I mean, fair. Hey, but he was white, so that's all good. True. He probably had it coming. Let's be real. Where, the use of white supporting characters makes you wonder about the everyday racial slights, fetishes, and microaggressions around us. And the use of black and white multiracial supporting characters highlights the racial crossfire and confusion that some multiracial people feel. There's so much more to it than this, but I'll need to watch it a few more times to learn. I didn't really think of this at all. I thought that the use of white supporting characters was, oh, this woman was in a situation living in a bad area and decided that she wanted to eschew everything black about herself, which is just as silly as being like, everything black is better, right? Like, you don't have to be one of the extremes, right? Being like just normal would help. So it just seemed to me that she was moving to a fully white area because she had a bad experience in a fully black area. That was like the most simple explanation. So much Marxist retard doublespeak. Baja Cat, thank you. We never see the father from the original family. The only accurate thing in the movie. Fuck, man. Maybe it's a subconscious about how hood family members act when a black person is successful, or it's a wish fulfillment about blacks who leave the hood. I have no idea. I feel like if I was a black person, I could probably make that distinction, but I'm not, so I've never lived in, like, an all-black area, and I've never had the experience of what would happen around me if I was a black person trying to better my circumstances. Like, I've seen some black politicians talk about it, and I've had a couple of people in my chat mention, like, the whole thing where they've experienced the discrimination from people who, like, see light skin privilege and whatnot. But I don't know. But you're Italian, look, man. It feels like a critique on that, but the review reads like the opposite. Grilled cheese enjoyer, thank you. The other dad never came back with the milk. I thought it was really funny. I can't remember what they said the mother went to go get, but they were like, you said you were gonna go get X thing and then you just never came back. And I was like, she's literally the dad. It was the kind of behavior that comes out of certain prison cultures rather than talk to another human being, swagger and intimidate until they surrender. Failing that, the psycho kills someone. It's just like, watching this movie was just like an exercise in what the fuck is happening. Battleizer, thank you. Damn, that guy is seeing an ocean in a puddle. I bet $5 they weren't thinking that far ahead, and the guy that wrote the comment is just projecting. Overall, this was a good film that kept me interested. I especially liked the non-traditional setting. If you're up for actively watching it, note any emotions you feel toward each character. Then ask yourself why you feel this way. And I wanna find, like, where the director talked about the movie. Let's see. That's the animal movie. That's the animal movie. Oh god, I can't remember his name. All of these are for the animal movie. 10 out of 10, good movie for people who can't think very deeply, to not think very deeply about. A Hylian Juggalo, thank you. Hollywoodification of real events and one-man army chosen one storytelling has been a disaster. It's why activists compare themselves to fiction so much. Yep. Crabs in a Bucket, the movie. Yeah, every single one of these interviews is from the Animal Strays movie, not the one that I watched. What is director? It's Nathaniel Martello White. Okay. He is a British actor and writer. Let's see. Where he talked about it? Filming with real dogs? That's not the right movie. That's not the right movie. Okay, here we go. The Strays director on a true story that inspired his Netflix film. Oh boy. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Chaos had a song about that, Crabs in a Bucket, a song about trying to get better than getting dragged back down by the group you're trying to be better than. It was just like really fucking weird. The director was literally born in Westminster, one of the most ancient and privileged parts of England. That's extra funny. The Strays director on true story that inspired new Netflix film, Nathaniel Martello White, speaks exclusively to Radio Times about his tense thriller. Writer and director Nathaniel Martello White, who's making his feature debut, has revealed that his initial inspiration, I can turn my BGM back on, came from a story he heard his mother tell, which instantly raised all sorts of intriguing questions for him. It was about a woman who was essentially denying the fact that she had 2 black children, he explained in an exclusive interview with Radio Times. She also had 2 children who were very fair-skinned and almost white passing, and this woman was biracial. And I was just really struck by the kind of complexities of that. Like, what would make somebody feel like they had to erase their past and deny it? Once her children find her and murder her husband and take her whole family hostage, it justifies all of her actions. So, like, I, again, don't know where he was going with this. He added, I also had a really interesting conversation with my mom about generational trauma. She's also biracial, and she was sort of talking to me about her experiences as a biracial woman and kind of traversing different cultures and classes and sometimes being perceived as almost white and kind of how people would treat her. And then the odd sort of slip, and then there's a microaggression or something, which is actually quite offensive or quite shocking. What kind of, if she's like talking about moving between different cultures and classes, that sounds like someone who can afford to take tons of trips and whatnot. And especially if she's moving through different classes, she's been around upper class people. So what kind of microaggressions are really affecting you if you've essentially gotten to a point where you kind of made it, honestly? Microaggressions. Generational trauma means you come from a culture of normalized abuse. You don't mean to be racist, but you judge the characters by the content of their character rather than the color of their skin. Jesus. Imagine. My greatest twist, his mom was talking about herself and he has 2 dark-skinned siblings who were trying to kill his dad. That would be an absolutely horrible thing to be happening in real life. This year, Martello White heard this story, the year Martello White heard this story, which was also the year he first saw Get Out, Isn't Get Out like a recent film? Like, wasn't it like 2018 or something? Or 2020? Wasn't it like fairly recent? Like in the past decade? So what does he mean by like, he heard this story for the first time the first year he saw Get Out? He's had his mom his entire life, hasn't he? So like, why wouldn't this story have come up before? Especially when he was a child. 2017? God damn, I was close. That was 8 years ago. Confirmation bias, they had the idea that people treat them differently in their head already, so they prime themselves to see all the microaggressions that the aggressor isn't even thinking about or implying in any way. I don't know, man. What'd be even funnier is that if his mom, and he's part of the third set of kids. 2017 feels like only 3 years ago. Get Out is as old as you think the PS2 is. That's not true. The PS2 is like... Isn't that like 20-something years old, man? I just called 8 years ago recent. Welcome to old. I feel like in the past decade is kind of recent. That's called paranoid schizophrenia. He was doing the BFI network program in conjunction with the London Film Festival and Black Star, and the central question he was repeatedly asked was, what should your first film be? I have a question. How was he, random guy at the time, going to whatever BFI network was, and also the London Film Festival, and I'm assuming Black Star is like a black film festival. How was he going to all these film festival related things? And everyone was asking him, what should your first film be? Shouldn't you have, like, some kind of experience in the industry to be invited to these things? That seems a little... That'd be like me getting invited to, like, a chef thing. It's like, I'm not a chef. I just cook at home, bro. Feature film. Golden Spoon detected. Yeah, that's what it feels. It feels very Golden Spoony. Black Star is the step up from the Brown Star Film Festival. I can't tell if you're making a porn joke. A lot of these festivals do not give a shit. You just need to know the right people. Just like the New York Times bestseller film awards and institutions are all fucking scams. Feature film is a 90+ minute movie. Oh, okay, so he could have had like short story films in that case then. Yeah, you have a good point. You have a good point, chat. A Saber Aran, thank you. The movie would make wild Jerry Springer episode. Battleizer, thank you. You're moving away from your violent family members. We're that family and we're going to unalive you. Wow, absolute cinema. Quoted by leftist moron. Irony lost. Yeah? Yeah, it's a little fucking weird, man. Bullshit getting ahead by networking. I wish I was better at networking, man. It's a weakness of mine. I don't want to bother people. And especially with all the, like, lies and misinformation about me, I don't want to, like, reach out to someone who's just gonna be like, you're a Nazi Hitlerite piece of shit. And it's like, well, I'm not, but I guess thanks for letting me know you're a weirdo. I swear a lot of the film festival is run by lunatics or people that are playground enthusiasts. I don't like the term playground enthusiast. And I sort of came away from that experience being like, it had to be something really personal that sort of explored race in a really complex way, but also have a genre element to it that kind of made it more universal and far-reaching. Yeah, I guess it's universal and far-reaching that, hey, I want to escape my family. Oh, they showed up and murdered my new family. Yeah, I guess that's a universal experience. We are the network. And for him to say that it had to be something really personal, how is it personal if you heard the story for the first time from your mom? Like, this was 2021, right? Or 2023? So that was only 6 years ago at that time? More like the old family, homeward bound. Star Ashley Madekwe explained that Martello White had told the cast the same story that he'd heard from his mom, and added that the idea of generational trauma, I think, is really key. Meanwhile, Jordan Myrie, who stars as Marvin in the film, revealed that the script had instantly stood out to him as unique when he first read it. They keep saying generational trauma. I'm not sure they know what that means. Because, yes, your mom abandoning you is bad. She shouldn't do that. It's going to fuck you up mentally. It's going to have mental repercussions that you might need to work out in therapy. It does not lead you to murdering people. That is asinine. It's deeply personal because he probably made it up. And then everyone clapped. You're in China and you hear it every Truth and Reconciliation Day. What the fuck is a Truth and Reconciliation Day? Zero authenticity in it too. Characters say mom instead of the British mum despite being supposedly set in England. I thought it was set in England because of the accents, but I genuinely couldn't tell because it felt like it was an American person's view of what England is. So I was like, I can't tell if this is an American suburb or a British one. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Days of Our Lives, Truman Show edition. Beginning to feel that we're someone's sitcom. Meanwhile, Jordan Myrie, who stars as Marvin in the film, revealed that the script had instantly stood out to him as unique when he first read it. Instantly, I thought it's something very different to what we're used to seeing, especially, I think, in a UK film, he said. It's a genre piece, and that's not usually made in the UK. That's usually something you associate with America. Is it? My new favorite show, British or Retarded. Trudeau made up Truth and Reconciliation Day over the debunked mass graves. Oh boy. Every Truth and Reconciliation Day, we celebrate what Master Chief did for us in Halo 1. Canada loves Halo. I feel like that's what you should do on Truth and Reconciliation Day. Bake a Halo cake, you know? Spartan D63, thank you for the 2-month member. Hearing all this, you just want to go back to the days you were boarding the Truth and Reconciliation in Halo. Hey. So to have that here, and then for it to be cast with actors of color as well, it just made me really excited and wanted to be a part of it. Wait a minute, hold up. If we go back up here, was it in this one or was it the Google review? I think it might have been the Google review. Hold on a sec. Let me bring that back up for a second here so we can just connect these dots, brother. This one, and then where's the review? It's this review. Okay, it's this review. And where did it say it? Morality, ethics, mental health. Was it not in this review? I know I read the word fetish. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I was like, I knew I read the word fetish somewhere. So, the use of white supporting characters makes you wonder about the everyday racial slights, fetishes. And then Marvin here, Jordan Myrie, to have that here and then, for it to be a cast with actors of color, made me really excited and wanted to be a part of it. Doesn't that sound a bit like fetishization? You're excited for the movie because specifically it had a cast with actors of color? Wouldn't that be a bit of fetishization here? Does that guy have the courage to say that black people have a victimhood fetish? I don't know what this fucking video is. They all look scary, dude. Especially this woman. What the fuck is going on with her face? These are AI-generated people. They're not real. They're not real. Oh, that was the end of the interview. That's just where it ends. That's just where it ends. Because people are nut jobs. Black actresses are repelling to the vast majority of audiences around the world. Wait, what do you mean by this? Wait, what? What do you mean by that? Have you seen, like, some of the older X-Men movies or, like, Catwoman, bro? The movies themselves might not always be, like, the best storytelling. But some of the actors have been great, dude. Mildly OCD, thank you. Your favorite leftist trope is when they try to make some poignant criticism about society to push their political message, but they accidentally do the exact opposite, leaving them very confused. Yeah, that's a very fun leftist trope, and that's pretty much what this movie said to me. It was basically like, we're gonna make this movie about racisms and microaggressions and generational trauma and all of that therein, and then it just comes off like really, really weird and like the opposite of what they were trying to say. Bro's actually racist and lying to us. There aren't any hot black chicks. True and real. Brave SJ, thank you. In this house we stand and take off our hats for the sick guitar bit in the Truth and Reconciliation suite from the Halo CE OST. God bless Marty! True. Leftist movie heard itself in confusion. Halle Berry's about it, not a whole lot of others. I don't remember the name of the actress who played fucking Storm. Oh god. Original Storm actress. Oh, this fucking lady. What's her name? What's her fucking name? Oh, was it also Halle Berry? That's funny. Well, I don't know Hollywood people names, okay? And then, hold on, there's one more. I swear to God, if this one's also Halle Berry, I'm going to kill myself live on stream and get banned. All right, fuck it. There's literally a character named Second Whore. Okay, all right, okay. I think it's Delaney Hayes is her name. She was an interview for a vampire. Delaney Hayes. It looks like what her name is. She was also pretty. Kier, no, the Canadians will eat your heart. Storm is canonically an African tribal leader. Yeah. You can't get banned yet. I just got here. Must be a biblical name. I don't know. I just remember really liking Interview with a Vampire when I was younger. I remember really, really liking this film. She was a Bond girl in the Brosnan era too. Checks out. Checks out. All this talk about truth and reconciliation is making you install Halo again. It's the opposite of they all look alike. The exact same one doesn't look like herself. That's a versatile actress them there's got there. Wrong interview. This is a remake. Fuck! Where's the original? Fuck! I haven't watched it since I was laying in my mom's bedroom as a child. Original actress. Kier likes Interview with the Vampire, so now her taste in men makes so much sense. What do you mean? I literally can't find, like, original Interview for a Vampire cast. It just doesn't exist. Did I make up this movie? The original 1994 film version of Interview with the Vampire stars Kirsten Dunst as Claudia. Wait, what? The film adaptation of the novel by Anne Rice featured Dunst, aged 11 or 12, in the breakout role that showcased her ability. Am I thinking of a different fucking movie? Because there was one with, like, this black chick that was dressed up as, like, Cleopatra, as, like, a vampire. Was that not Interview with a Vampire? Queen of the Damned, was that it? Queen of the Damned actress. Images. Oh yeah, this one was it. I got them mixed up. I got Queen of the Damned and Interview with a Vampire mixed up. I'm sorry, chat. This really shows you how many movies I fucking watch. Holy shit. Aaliyah, yeah, Aaliyah. Also very pretty lady. That was almost got like a fucking Star Wars lady. Incest bun Jabba the Hutt Leia. Almost got like a Leia costume going on here. Kirsche moment. Phoenix DS, thank you, my guy. Chatter was wrong about black actresses being repelling. Of course Chatter was wrong, man.
Is where the natives beat us over our heads for colonialism and the atrocities of what happened. Like Juneteenth, it needs to disappear as a garbage holiday.
Jesus. I'm sorry, Canada, that you have to deal with that same kind of stuff. Kirsch's stream of consciousness is wild sometimes. That's how I try to remember things, okay? The music in Queen of the Damned is so fucking 90s. It is. This movie was great, bro. Kier really liked Queen of the Damned. Now we know why she likes boat women outfits, true and real. I don't know how the fuck I managed to get this confused with Interview for a Vampire, but fuck me, I guess. Queen of the Damned does take place in the same universe as Interview with a Vampire? Oh, okay. I don't think I knew that, but I'll take it. Somehow you remember Queen of the Damned had Deftones too. I just remember occasionally it would be on TV during like sports ball times, and I would watch this, and also like Charmed when my mom and her friends were watching sports ball on the TV. Juneteenth is fine. It should have stayed a Texas holiday. What did he mean by this? RC Joe, thank you for the 4-month resub on Kick. Thank you. Makes you sad how now all the actresses end up being Nepo babies that star in modern race swap slop. Yeah, I want more fun movies that aren't just race swap slop. Interview with the Vampires in the same universe. The character Lestat is in both, and he's played by Tom Cruise in Interview with the Vampire, and he's the main character in Queen of the Damned. There's like an entire vampire Hollywood universe I knew nothing about. I remember another vampire. Wait, I think this might have been a werewolf movie. Hold on. My mom really liked this movie, and I thought it was super fucking goofy. Okay, this one is white people. This one is white people, but it was really cringe. Fucking Blood and Chocolate, bro. My mom fucking loved this movie. And I remember, even as like a teenage girl, I was like, damn, this kind of campy, man. It's a really bad movie, but it was one of my mom's favorites. She fucking loved this movie. You've never even heard of that film. Can I find a trailer for this maybe? Can we find Blood and Chocolate? I can't spell trailer. Help? What is page info? Get out of here. Trailer. Videos. Blood and Chocolate 2007 original trailer re-uploaded in 2020. Don't play it on the stream. You might summon your mother. No, I'd need copious amounts of drugs to do that, bro. Don't worry. Fucking Blood and Chocolate, that fucking movie. The book was even... I didn't know there was a book until I just looked it up now, and one of the first images was the book. I was like, what the fuck?
When we are children, we believe the world is full of myths and legends.
This is like they were trying to capitalize on all the young adult men who jerked off to Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but they just did not nail it in any way, shape, or form.
And that destiny awaits.
Hello?
Hello?
This is a sacred place.
Were you hiding or something? Wait, tell me your name.
She was chosen!
Oh, hail the Queen of the Night, my cousin Vivian, and her bright future.
And now Vivian is a name co-opted by mentally ill men.
My family has plans for me.
Not allowed to take a walk with a handsome, starving artist.
She's about to discover there's no escaping!
Every 7 years, the leader of the pack takes a new wife.
Don't you?
Every 7 years.
I want a grimdark, handsome man to peel an orange for me by the windowsill in moonlight. What is he doing? This seems like one of those Barnes and Nobles ladies books. Yeah, pretty much.
The leader of the pack takes a new wife.
Don't you mean mate?
The secret within.
Now this is the best view of the whole city.
I'd heard there were places that wolves were almost like worshipped.
You mean werewolves?
Full of secrets, aren't you?
No.
Gather tonight as one, for we are one. We hunt as one.
From the producers of Underworld, somehow.
Stay away from her.
Why am I such a threat?
You're not a threat. This is a threat. You'll leave on the next train.
He pushed him!
Look what you've done.
You can't put like two lanky bisexual theater boys together and expect me to believe a threat from either of them, okay? Alright? Is this some sort of CW movie?
Why do you know so much about wolves?
I wanted to protect you.
I like fucking them!
And you?
What did you want from me? The truth?
You want to be ordinary.
She must choose.
You're not as the animal inside you.
Between her desire
They'll kill you.
So how are we gonna get out of the city?
and her destiny. It's so bad! Oh yeah, Animorphs!
You can control it.
Your traditions can go to hell.
Blood and chocolate.
Oh god, this is a bad movie review night for streaming. You're here for it. I didn't even like this movie as a teen girl, and I should have been the target demographic. It's a terrible name. Oh my god. Where does the chocolate come in? Tuesday night's anal night, brother. Bon Voyage, thank you for the 16-month member. You know what the mods are going to be playing tonight for movie night? Praxis Fall, thank you. Wasn't Vivian the name of the prostitute in a Julia Roberts movie? You can't remember the name of the movie. Something Pretty? Pretty Woman? Question mark? I don't know. I couldn't put a face to Julia Roberts in my brain. I don't remember Hollywood people. And Kirsche, a joke for you. Why can't people from Boston become pirates? Because they don't pronounce their R's. True! We would sound like a pirate with Down syndrome. This better not be a surprise movie night. Holy shit, this was Twilight before Twilight? I guess. Would it be better if it was named Blood and Peanut Butter? No. Pretty Woman is the Julia Roberts movie. I know the song. Was the song made for the movie, or was the movie made after the song? I don't know, man. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Hey, he passes the orange test. Does it matter that he's a violent, awful werewolf? True. True. The nice, safe man who provides for me and is emotionally stable won't peel my oranges. Therefore, I need the werewolf. Hawk Cock and Richard Dick Wright, of course. Those are the producers of this slop. How is Hawk Cock an actual name? That's gotta be like a screen name. Like Speedweed, right? I want to see Hawk Cock and Speedweed write something together. Who the fuck peels an orange like an apple? I don't know, that guy, I guess. It's pronounced Cook. I don't think it's pronounced the Cook Brothers. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced the Koch Brothers. Because that's the same name as the Koch Brothers. I doubt he's related to them, but it's the same. It could be worse. It could have been written by Dick Wolf. How about Hawk Cock, Dick Wolf, and Speedweed? Triple feature. 3 producers. Why is your mom speed dial making werewolf movies? What do you mean? Cock, not Coke. Coke, not cock. Ah, fuck, you're right. It is Coke, not cock. Ah, fuck, that guy's right. That guy's right, but I'm gonna call him a cock anyway. What the Tumblr did I just turn into here? Isn't it Koch brothers? You're right, it is the Koch brothers. For some reason I thought it was cock, but you're right, it's Coke. I have corrected someone else, but then I have been corrected. It's a correction chain. A human centipede of correction, if you will. The 2000s had some real gems when it came to movies, like Battlefield Earth and the Matrix movie. It's called Starship Earth. I hate that song. I hate that video game. It's so bad. Doesn't Hawks have a cloaca? I have no idea. I've never looked at a Hawks undercarriage. Phoenix DS, thank you. Has Foxu seen Ginger Snaps? I don't think so. I don't think so. It doesn't sound familiar. Let's look it up. Ginger Snaps. This only brings me up Cookies, and I like those. Movie. This does not look familiar to me. So I do not think I have seen Ginger Snaps. But if the movie poster is anything to go by, it looks like whoever did the remake of Cats was responsible for Ginger Snaps. What a garbage movie. It bankrupts Travolta, by the way. What? The first 2 Ginger Snaps are alright. Third's booty. Foxu, can you ask for an EGU? It's been in your head ever since I played Pal World. I don't know what an EGU sound is. So hopefully I did it. I don't know. Oh god, 9, not Cats. I liked the original Cats when I was a child. I thought the original Cats was fun. I don't know if I would still like it as an adult. Ginger Snaps is at least better than the one from the trailer. Not by much, though. Egu? We talk about Egu? I like Egu. I haven't made Egu in a hot fucking minute, though, brother. I've not eaten eggs recently. Hell. Oh, hold on. My mods bring up a good point. I should bring up, apparently, if you have an iPhone and you are in my Discord, you have to, like, select a setting to let you see the Discord, since my Discord is designated as 18+, and Discord has just rolled out, like, an extra security measure. And because of the extra security measure, it will prevent anyone who is on Discord who has their age under 18 from even attempting to join. Like, the link will just not work for them, which, thumbs up! Thank you, Discord, for doing something. I mean, I know people can just lie about their ages, but an extra layer of filtering is always great. However, because it now has that, like, official designation by Discord, due to the iPhone's App Store settings, anything delegated as, like, 18+ needs to be opted into by the user who is over 18. So if you're on iPhone, you cannot see my server unless you check the setting in the Discord settings to allow not safe for work content on iPhone. Odd? It is odd. It is odd. But I mean, again, I'm glad to have more filtering options. Get fucked, iPhone users! That's why you ran into such an issue joining your Discord at the time? You might have, yeah. That might have been the issue. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. If you recall correctly, Ginger Snaps is the lesbian werewolf movie, but The Howling is really so bad it's good werewolf flicks, and just for Sybil Danning's bare boobs. I don't know who Sybil Danning is, and I also didn't know that Ginger Snaps was a lesbian movie. I'm learning so much. KB said, you specifically have to enable the setting on the desktop client / web client. Oh yeah, I guess it's not available on your iPhone, which is weird that you have to enable that setting on desktop for your iPhone. I don't know. iPhone people keep losing, I guess. You live in quite a religious country, and yet it's better than what happens now with censorship. I really don't get it. Ginger Snaps really sounds like a woman you'd see on Queen Snake. It does. It does. She's a chick who took her boobs out in a lot in the 80s. They had to recut the credits because of them. She took out her boobies too often. I guess she must have been really proud of them. There are not many good werewolf movies. I can't think of any other werewolf movies that I've seen besides Blood and Chocolate. I know there has to have been at least one other one, but I can't think of any names. Can I just type in, like, werewolf movie? Werewolf, An American Werewolf in London. I think I might have seen that one. That sounds familiar. That's like an 80s movie. The Wolf of Snow Hollow? Never heard of it. Wolfman? Never heard of it. Viking Wolf? 8 for silver? Werewolf? The Beast Among Us? Werewolves Within? Wolves? Uncaged? Bad Moon? The Beast Must Die? Scream of the Wolf? Wolf Woman? Moon of the Wolf? Werewolf on Wheels? Okay, that one sounds like it could be funny. 1971, god damn. There's nothing bad here, so I can just show this list that I'm looking at. Werewolf of Washington? Never heard of it. Werewolf... The Werewolf versus the Vampire Woman. Okay, that one could be some fun sloppa, too. What is this? Death Moon? Oh, Underworld. I've seen Underworld. I forgot that was a vampire movie. I forgot. Survival has gone up by at least 3 wolves. Skinwalkers? I don't think I've seen that one or even heard of it. Night Wolf? Night Bitch? Does that count as a werewolf movie? We watched Night Bitch. That one should count. Also, something tingled in my brain. What made my brain tingle? Bad Moon, Uncaged, Wolves, Werewolf Within. It basically is one. How do you forget Underworld is a vampire movie? Well, it says werewolf action movie and Underworld is here. I forgot that it had werewolves. Night Bitch was a were-dog. A Bullet Shepherd, thank you. Oh no, Foxy, you just realized you saw Blood and Chocolate with your friend on a whim because we thought it was like Underworld, and now you know everyone thought you were gay! What a hilarious realization! Oh, Wally Amunya, thank you for the R's. You're adorable, never change, miss. Oh, thank you. That's very sweet of you. Killazilla Volt, thank you. Van Helsing has the best werewolves in cinema. I don't remember if I've seen Van Helsing movies. Underworld is a ripoff of the World of Darkness role-playing set-off. Interesting. You don't watch old, creepy movies? Asawa would make a great co-host. I still want to get some, like, sort of Mystery Science Theater, like, reactive background, because I don't have a 2D that's just my back, you know? So, like, I want to do something like that. Phoenix DS, thank you. Wolf Cop, saw trailers for it, never watched it. I haven't watched that either. I've not heard of that one. Trick or Treat, Werewolves Within, What We Do in the Shadows. I had another werewolf brain moment where there was another movie that ticked up in my head, but now I have forgotten it. And I can't remember what it is. None of these look familiar. Wow, what a fucking movie poster. That's so tiny, but it looks like a naked woman halfway turning into a wolf at a lake. Bitten. Late Phases. Blood and Chocolate! There we go. And What We Do in the Shadows? You think you saw that and you're trying to remember the name? Or if it was even werewolves? I haven't seen Teen Wolf, no. Wasn't Mystery Science Theater just silhouettes? Can you just black out the model entirely and not worry about front back? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. You just set up a theater with a silhouette and then put your normal avatar in a live Kirsche reaction box? What we do in the shadows is really fun and up your alley? Ah! Yes! 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 This is actually the one I was trying to think of, and they just have it here. So, Red Riding Hood was a really fucking weird movie, and I remember this movie exists about once every 3 years, and I can never remember the name of it. Let me bring up the trailer again. 2011. I think this is it. At the edge of a forest, a young woman must choose between the man she loves and the one she's promised as a bloodthirsty creature. No. What? There are 2 Red Riding Hood werewolf horror movies? 2006? Was it 2006? American fantasy film starring Morgan Thompson. Henry Cavill was in this? A young girl encounters a big bad wolf while traveling to her grandmother's house in the woods. Yeah, but is this the one with schizophrenia? Is this the schizophrenia one? No, this doesn't look like the schizophrenia. Which one was the schizophrenia one? Red Riding Hood schizophrenia movie. Going into the woods with child psychiatry. Okay. Red Riding Hood 2003. So there was a Red Riding Hood 2003, 2006, and 2011. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Trailer. Speaking of Mystery Science Theater, have I seen the werewolf episode? I haven't. Highly and Juggalo, thank you. A good and campy vampire movie. The revenant Afghan war vet dies in combat, comes back a vampire. He and a battle buddy become vigilantes against crime. That actually sounds pretty cool. That sounds pretty cool. All right, so here's 2003 Red Riding Hood. I saw this because of my mom. And it was probably the weirdest Red Riding Hood movie premise I've ever seen.
One day, while walking through the forest, I found some trash lying on the ground. And I was angry because I knew what humans could do this.
Don't ever tell this tale to your kids! Well, my mom didn't get the memo. I like how that voiceover and everything really makes it feel like this was just put together by YouTubers for their YouTube channel and not like an actual fucking movie. The hell is this trailer? Looks like a college film project. Yeah. Yeah, it was really weird. And I think it was schizophrenia, if I remember correctly. Because, like, the little girl had this weird slanted sense of righteousness. And so if she found out that, like, someone was stealing, she would dress up like the wolf and go out in the middle of the night and then cut their hand off. And then, for some reason, she, like, tied her grandmother to the bed and broke her grandmother's knees and left her grandmother there to, like, die, essentially. I have, like, only vague memories of this movie. I don't remember everything in it. I just remember it being really fucking weird. Did my mom just cruise the 99-cent horror rentals? My mom liked to rent movies and then never return them because if you never go back to the store, you don't really have any repercussions, right? And so, like, if you went to, like, a Blockbuster, like, 4 towns away, you could just rent a bunch of movies and then just never return them. Thanks, I hate it. Yeah. Yeah, my mom was like that. But also, yeah, she did like cruising the 99-cent bins at Walmart. They used to have warrants for unreturned movies. My mom at one point told me she was no longer allowed to go back into Massachusetts because of warrants for her. I don't know how true that is, so, you know. Did they not register your address when you rent? I don't know how she managed to do it. Maybe she used someone else's information. Maybe that was part of, like, what she used my brother's information for. I have no idea. You got a copy of Spaceballs once from the 99-cent bin. And you would rent a ton of movies with the intention of never returning them. Rude. We do a little identity theft. Yeah, my mom did a little identity theft as a treat. She wasn't a good person, man. Starting to collect DVDs again so you can actually own them cheaper than renting on Prime. I think I've told this before, but like, before she rented my room to the black dude, the way into her house, like the front door had like a screen door and then like a real door. And then you would open the screen door and the real door and there would be a hallway and there would be a staircase going up to the second floor. And then there would be, like, the second floor wasn't our house. That was like somebody else's house entirely. And then there would be a door going into the living room and then a door straight ahead in the hallway that went into what was my bedroom that would later get rented out to a black dude. And my mom decided that she had too many DVDs in her collection and she no longer wanted them on the wall in her bedroom because there were just too many. So she bought a giant shelf and put it in front of the door that would have went into the living room. And so her entire DVD collection shelf was in front of that door. And so the only way to get into our house was to open the front door, open my bedroom door, go through my bedroom, and then exit my bedroom into the dining room. So, like, even before I lost my room, I had, like, zero fucking privacy. Massachusetts wants me. Lord, I can't go back there. Your brothers and you watch In Company of Wolves, Dog Soldiers, and The Curse. You like werewolf movies. So your mom just rented her underage daughter's room to a complete stranger? Yeah. Yeah, lucky for me, he wasn't a crazy molester. He was just a really obese, diabetic black man. Like, he was probably 6'3" or something. And then his calves were about as wide as my waist. Like, this dude was obese. He took up an entire king-sized bed by himself, and he had to turn sideways to go through doorways. Like, he was huge. But he was fun to play, like, Final Fantasy and stuff with. His room was always colder than the rest of the house. It was nice. And he gave me the name K-Dog. He gave me the N pass, and I was K-Dog. Was his name Albert? No. He is unfortunately now passed away. The diabetes got him. He didn't want to take his medication, so. Yo, what up, K-Dog? The house would shake every time he took a step. It was Kirsche's Barrett. You saw a photo of your dad after 6 years of not talking to him? He's now 600 pounds. Holy shit. He would have had a splendid meme coin. True. You ever got that big? There's no way, man. Pulpasot, thank you. You want to open Paragon traumas for your Pred family here? ADC Decker was meta at one point. Twin Blast crit lifesteal combo was unstoppable. More later. Oh god. I remember ADC Decker, man. That was insanity. Not taking diabetes meds got your cousin, she was retarded. Yeah, if you got diabetes, you got to take your meds, man. Don't stop that. It's gonna get you. Had the beatus, loved Final Fantasy. A real one we lost that day, truly. He was a real sweet guy. I wish he had gotten his weight under control, man. I wish he had gotten it under control. And Kirsche had the craziest childhood I ever heard of. That's why I never bothered making up any VTuber K-Fabe. I was like, I don't need that, man. I don't need that, man. We got very distracted. We went down a movie rabbit hole. Hold on a minute. Where the fuck was I in my tabs, bro? Okay. I'm gonna talk about Minnesota for a minute here, cause I feel I had some stuff linked to me, and I thought it was a little interesting. I thought it was a little interesting here. So, where is the Originale Articale? Because I thought I opened everything, but I might have forgotten to open something.
Eine Moment.
Ah, yeah, here we go. Waiting for the day when I host a movie night again. When I host movie nights, you get like maybe 10 minutes of advance notice, and it's always at like 1 a.m. It's never at a reasonable time. Brave SJ, thank you. What are the odds a big black diabetic was Kirsche from the future after she became a VTuber who went back in time to help herself get through childhood? Why would I have put myself in a giant diabetic body? Don't get on the bad side of the zoo Illuminati. What the fuck are you talking about? Phoenix DS, thank you. You don't need a bed. You can rotisserie upon a cot and not fall out. I like sleeping in a bed. Because you like jokes. That was a side effect of time traveling? Oh, okay. That makes sense. I understand. So, I had been given mention of there's a self-identified Marxist as a member of the Minneapolis City Council. And I was like, damn, I don't know anything about Minneapolis besides they're just becoming a caliphate, so let's see what's going on here. And I brought up a couple of articles where it says, endorsement Twin Cities slate, September 5th, 2025. The Democratic Socialists of America endorses Twin Cities slate for Minneapolis City Council and Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. DSA is proud to endorse the following candidates running with the Twin Cities DSA support. Democratic Socialists of America endorses Robin Wansley, Minneapolis City Council Ward 2. Robin Wansley is running for her third term, 3 terms for a Marxist, on Minneapolis City Council representing Ward 2. She's running as an independent socialist and has been a tireless advocate for rent control, public housing, and police accountability. Robin has a thorough list of campaign priorities, which also references the work she has already done on council, encompassing an impressive legislative record. The priorities cover a wide range of issues impacting workers and students, including a traffic calming program. The fuck is traffic calming? Housing programs and working to secure tuition-free college at a state level. Let's see what her campaign priorities are here. Priorities. Marxists usually aim for 1 lifetime term. Seems like it. Since assuming office in 2022, I've earned a reputation for collaborating with my fellow council members, city officials, and community members to win changes that benefit working-class Minneapolis residents. I'm proud of what we've accomplished, including a 5-fold increase in city funding for public housing to $5 million per year, halting the demolition of the Roof Depot building and creating a path to develop it as a community hub and urban farm. Supported the continued success of the city's Behavior Crisis Response Team, a service outside of MPD for handling mental health emergencies, by extending the contact and increasing funding. These people who want to fight a violent socialist revolution. Leading council to unanimously recommend adding 5 sidewalk plowing pilot programs to the 2024 budget. You know, that's really interesting that there needs to be a sidewalk plowing pilot program, because where I lived and grew up in a high trust area with my grandparents at the very least, this didn't happen where my mom lived. We had sidewalks that were still covered in snow. There's a lesson in there somewhere if you want to think about it. But where my grandparents lived, everyone who owned their house would shovel the sidewalk out in front of it. They would shovel or snow blow their driveways, and they would also get rid of the snow on the sidewalk in front of their property. The towns were small, so they knew everyone there. And sometimes my dad would get a call from the town and be like, hey, we know you have a plow. Would you like to get paid X amount of money to help us with plowing, as we don't have enough city plows to do it? And my dad would typically be like, hell yeah, free money, let's go. It is your responsibility, even if the city is supposed to do it. Yeah, right? It's like actually taking responsibility. And so like, I never thought about it as a child, but it's very interesting that where my mom tended to live, nobody would shovel the sidewalks out in front of their houses or multifamily duplex, triplex, whatever the fuck they're called. But where my grandparents and my dad tended to live, everyone who owned a house would just get rid of the snow on their sidewalks. It's been a while since we heard about your dad and plowing. Shut up. Shut up. And Papa Saw, thank you, chat. Your breathing is now in manual mode. Become aware of your tongue. You need to pee even if you don't know it. That is all. More later. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? You're actually cool with the behavior response team thing and the wage policy for drivers. The rest is all fruity, hippie nonsense. I very much doubt that any of this is what exactly it says it is, because as we know, Marxists all like using doublespeak to make it sound like what they're doing is good. I plow the snow when you could plow the Kirsche. Don't. Placed the butter dog.
Butter dog. Dog with the butter. Butter dog. Ay, ay, ay. Munya.
The moment you spoke of Minneapolis, a cloud of raw sewage hit my house. Can you not curse me?
Quando Bandwi! Thank you for the butter doggo. I'm sorry for hitting your house with sewage. Maybe something will clean it up after, when we get off of Minneapolis. Thank you, Quando Bandwi, for the butter doggo. Thank you. John in English, thank you for the 11-month member. Joke's on you. You're already doing all those things? You have so much freaking yard work? I always remembered when my dad ended up getting a divorce and he had to sell his house. I felt bad. But before that happened, like right before that happened, he liked taking care of his yard. I don't know what it is with like men and being in love with their yard, but he loved taking care of his yard. He loved mulching and planting flowers, and he had a bird bath that he absolutely loved, which makes sense now because he likes wandering around outside and taking pictures of birds. But after one particularly snowy winter, after the snow had melted, the bird bath had cracked in half, and I think like that was the only time my dad had ever expressed sadness, like that didn't have to do with like, you know, like me having a bad grade or like my mom doing something terrible because she's my mom. He was so upset about this bird bath cracking, he texted me a picture of the bird bath and said, my bird bath died. And I felt really bad. And I was like, when my dad gets a new house, I want to buy him a nice bird bath because he really liked that bird bath and he should have a nice one. But he has not gotten a new house yet. The yard is mine, the house is hers. I take care of what's mine, man brain. Men like yard work because we like to tend to things, to nurture and cultivate growth in a specific manner. That makes sense. How will Hatmans live? Mercenary 21, thank you. Maybe it's a farmer thing in all men. Maybe. I have no idea. Bahamut, thank you. You now have an itch in the middle of your back. I do not. Thank you, though. Battleizer, thank you. To that chatter! That one that's breathing manually, I guess. Your lips are dry, your leg is cramping, and your balls itch. Karma! Anthony, thank you. People tend to shovel the snow real quick when you hold their mail and they don't get a check on time. Yes, it is legal and encouraged. Interesting. That is very interesting. I would want to make sure my driveway is as safe as possible for my mail people if I expect them to put packages on a porch, you know? Like 2 months ago, a tree branch fell on your shed and utterly smashed it, and you just finished dealing with it on Friday. Dismantled the whole fucking thing, cleaned it up, laid down several tons of gravel as a foundation for a new shed. But so much work, you had to do 3 days of work just to fix the mistakes the people you hired to lay the foundation did. Oh no. Oh no. Because she's my mom, a field only available on Kirsche's insurance form. Is my back okay without my massage therapist? It's suffering a bit without my massage therapist. I certainly miss her. I certainly miss that woman. Back to this. Placed carbon fees on the city's largest polluters, which is expected to help reduce emissions by up to 6%. Paid for by the polluters themselves, not taxpayers. I don't really care about green initiatives in the United States until we start holding places like the Philippines and China and fucking India accountable for the amount of trash. You know, if we're dumping our trash there, thus inflating their amount of trash, we also need to fix that. How will it reduce anything? Yeah, businesses are leaving Minneapolis. Wow, I'm so shocked. Who could have seen that coming? In unrelated news, top producers are moving away to avoid 6% pollution tax. Passing a local minimum wage policy for Uber and Lyft drivers that led to one of the strongest statewide policies for drivers' wages and rights. I wonder how that's going. Leading city council in passing one of the country's strongest ceasefire resolutions, calling for an end to Israel's genocide of Palestinians. Okay, yeah, but I don't think Israel or Palestine are going to give a single fuck of what some city council in a state in the United States says. I don't I don't know what the fuck that has to do with anything. Not my sand, not my problem. Therian, thank you for the 18-month member. I need to get Kirdad and Papakin together for beers. Oh, that would be a wonderful thing to see. Reduced the mayor's property tax levy from 8.3% to 6.9% while making crucial investments in our homelessness response, public safety, housing, and effective city services. My ongoing priorities reflect the issues my Ward 2 constituents tell me matter most to them and the areas where the city council has power to bring about meaningful change. And then there's a section here about environmental justice, which I'm not going to read because that's just absurd in and of itself. Transportation equity and safe streets for all. I will continue to build a more livable Minneapolis. Oh boy. There's the sidewalk plowing. 1.5 million to neighborhood traffic calming, meaning dozens more neighborhood streets will become safer with new features like speed bumps, bollards, and roundabouts. I really hate when I drive through a subdivision and there's like a speed bump every like 20 feet. It's just, why are we punishing everyone because someone might joyride through the cul-de-sac? Again, where my grandparents lived, it was a very nice area. Still is. Doesn't have a single fucking speed bump. Welcome to traffic calming. Oh god, you hate those too, but there's a lot of fucking retards out there on the roads. You shouldn't have to fuck up your street aesthetics and ruin it for the people that live there as well by putting in a ton of random fucking speed bumps. Also, if I'm a child and I like driving my bike or rollerblading down my street, I don't want fucking speed bumps there, bro. What the fuck? Help. The only environmental justice you'd care about is how would the city address the annoyance of spiders putting webs over doorways and mosquitoes squatting everywhere. True and real. Aphelion fan, thank you for the biddies. Is she sponsored by Big Mechanic? I don't know what that means. Spartan D63, thank you. Environmental justice. Remember the heat map with family and then objects and such? Do you think her program includes a program to make public transit safer from criminally insane homeless people? Probably not. They have supported funding for transit ambassadors to supply safety in transit corridors. Supplying current expansion efforts of $1 bus rides for low-income residents through the city's transit assistant program. Interesting. I wonder who's paying for that. Securing a multi-million-dollar investment into increased street lighting around the city. Co-authored a unanimous resolution supporting the Twin Cities Boulevard proposal for MNDOT's Rethinking I-94 project. Championing a multimodal at-grade transit corridor and investing in communities disproportionately harmed by the highway's construction. What? People who think roundabouts are a good idea never take into account Karen about to try that 65 mile per hour in a BMW X5 passing little Billy some Cheetos. It doesn't work. I have no idea what you mean. Where I grew up is filled with roundabouts, and I've never had an issue with them. Praxis Fall, thank you. You like the 3D flat images that are optical illusions to slow people down? I want to put music on my street. I think that would be really cute. They closed the rear entrance to your subdivision for like a year to rebuild the road. It had a hard 90-degree angle you had to take at walking speed. Now it's a nice sweeping curve. So now people drive too fast, i.e. normal speed. So they put a speed bump in that smacks the fuck out of your suspension unless you slow down to walking speed again. What was the point of all of this complication and taxes? Your mortgage has gone up $100 a month in the last couple of years and it's all escrow tax bullshit? That's crazy. That is just a waste of time and money. Why would they do that? Your city manager has a fetish for roundabouts. We call them rotaries. When roundabouts started coming to your city, you ranted about how you didn't fight in Afghanistan for them to put the stupid commie traffic circles in your city. I mean, where I grew up, we would have the rotary and it would have like a statue in the middle of it. And I remember like a whole bunch of people didn't want the statue moved away from one rotary, and now that intersection is like a fucking clusterfuck now that the rotary isn't there anymore. Roundabouts filter those that cannot drive from those that can. The rotaries, you British people are funny. I mean, that's just what we call them in New England, the better England. The work ahead! Expanding funding for neighborhood traffic safety program and improve the turnabout time. Residents know their streets best and know what needs to be done to improve pedestrian safety in their neighborhoods. Partner with unions and community groups to secure the necessary investment in the workforce needed to increase the frequency of public transit and make transit zero fare for all riders. I think that in some cases you could potentially make public transit zero fare, but it would be a very difficult thing to do. Very, very difficult, and you would need a very small population. In the 90s, you found a neighborhood with gently sloped curves. Some trash days, you'd drive through to hit all the trash cans. It was glorious. What the fuck? Why would you hit people's trash cans? That's rude. Alejandro Trombono, thank you. You love you a good roundabout. It's the thrill. What the heck? Mercenary 21, thank you. City you live in just put 2 major roundabouts on 2 major thoroughfares and rocks to prevent people from going over the roundabout. All it did was cause somebody to go 80 miles into said rocks. Well, that just seems like that person's a bad driver. Roundabouts are fine if they don't put them on the side roads and make it impossible for anything other than bikes to use. Miss Darkness, thank you. Liberals can't design infrastructure for shit. Commie block designs. You live in a blue state and it's horrid. H-1B visas and commie blocks everywhere. I'm sorry to hear that. Implement a municipal sidewalk plowing program. This is like the 5th time they've mentioned that plowing program, man. Housing for all. As a renter myself, I will continue to fight for a Minneapolis that we can all afford to call home by stopping relentless rent increases and corporate profiteering and supporting public housing and permanently affordable development. Zero transit fare seems to be a thing in Luxembourg City 2020. Yeah, well, that's a small, high trust. It can happen, but you need a very specific environment for it too. Need a Kirsche plowing program. I'm not a whore! No one wants to live in downtown Minnesota with the insane amount of crime. I can only imagine. She led a council to allocate $1.2 million for installing fire sprinklers in 5 public housing high-rises that did not have them, improving safety for thousands of residents. Why would they not have fire sprinklers? That just seems silly. A fear of FEMA, thank you. Traffic calming had nothing to do with pedestrian safety and everything to do with the government hating cars and personal freedom. They want you in commie buses or subways that they control. Once again, New Hampshire gives you the freedom to not even wear a seatbelt. Government can't tell me to wear that strap. Fuck you, buddy. Free ceiling birds for all. Free ceiling birds! Yay! But to continue on, because she has a lot of shit. Public safety beyond policing, accountability for the police department, strengthening local economy for business and workers' rights. Like she got a lot of shit here. Expanding local democracy, students and campus communities. Lot of stuff on her page here. A lot of stuff on her page. And moving over here, Robin for Minneapolis. Robin Wansley Warlabaugh is running to be Minneapolis's first black socialist city council member. We can win rent control and public safety beyond policing by bringing mass movements into City Hall. Robin's running in Ward 2, but the movement is citywide. And this is posted by Action Network. And when I decided to search for Action Network, I found so many fucking articles. So we have actionnetwork.org, Socialist Political Education into Marxism. This is once again on Action Network's website. This was a workshop, Intro to Marxism, Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021, virtual event. Greater Lafayette DSA, Socialist Political Education, the Basics of Marxist Economics, Wage Labor, and Capital. This event is a chance to learn about socialist theory in a friendly environment. No prior knowledge is needed. It's open to everyone. Please don't hesitate to invite your friends and co-workers. Wow, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. There's another page here on their website. Action Network Marxist Reading Group, Marxist Classics, Book 1, Part 1, The Communist Manifesto, Monday, October 13th, 2025 at 9 p.m. Eastern. The Marxist Reading Group is an opportunity for socialist and socialist curious folks of all stripes to come together and read an important socialist text while developing a historical materialist lens and informing our organizing today. We will be kicking off the classic module with the classic, The Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx and Frederick Engels. With this text, we hope to give members new to socialism a chance to view a fundamental text in the tradition's history, and a space to digest many of the new ideas presented in the text. For this session, we'll be reading the whole text, which runs at about 40 pages. We'll be discussing this section on Monday. This event is handicapped accessible, by the way. Handicapped accessible, by the way. That's good. That's good. We can have them be there in wheelchairs to learn about how Marxism is going to be great. There is a website called Influence Watch. I always take these kinds of things with like a bit of a grain of salt because it's like, I don't know if it's like an ADL kind of adjacent kind of thing, but they have the Action Network here. The Action Network is an online tool for left-of-center outlets to organize, fundraise, and circulate petitions for left-of-center causes. Action Network was used to organize the left-of-center demonstration Women's March, environmental protest against the Keystone XL pipeline, and the March for Our Lives event supporting gun control. The online platform can be used by any left-of-center organization and features a free and paid version for its services. The Action Network emerged during the Occupy Wall Street protest in 2011. The Action Network, a 501c4 organization, has a 501c3 counterpart known as the Action Network Fund. Founded by former digital director for then U.S. Senator John Kerry, Democrat, Massachusetts, Brian Young in 2012. The Action Network was envisioned to be a digital campaign platform that could be collaborative, flexible, and responsive. The Action Network was born out of the Occupy Wall Street protests and promoted as a family tree for progressive movements. In 2012, Young envisioned a platform with email capabilities, fundraising tools, and be a platform for constituents to contact legislators about important issues related to progressive causes. So Action Network sounds like they can be a funding arm as well as a resource for any kind of information or gathering that Democrats could possibly need their services for. It's interesting that John Kerry had his digital director found this thing. That's pretty interesting. And John Kerry found it as a huge red flag. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. Those are the ones that killed Occupy with the progressive BS. Mika Lim, thank you. There's a roundabout near you where a drunk guy went 80 miles per hour through it. He was aiming for the Confederate statue in the center, but missed. No injuries. It's a good thing the statue wasn't injured. Now, Phoenix DS, thank you. You have like 16 roundabouts in your small town. Okay, that seems like too many. Baja Cat, thank you. This is Minnesota, so she'll absolutely win despite the profound level of stupidity plastered all over her site. It's very unfortunate. I feel bad for the people who have to live with this, because, like, if they're running unopposed, what are you gonna do? Like, you need to run someone in opposition. They need to have the funding to compete. Therian, thank you. You'll be the roundabout. The words will make you out and out. You spend the day your way. Call it morning driving through the sound and in and out the valley. Are these song lyrics? What's happening? Minnesota resident, you fucking hate it. Not fucking surprising that dipshit fucker started that shit. She's already been in the Minneapolis City Council for a while now. I think like 2021 was the first instance I could find of people supporting her for the council, and I think she started in 2022. There's a song called Roundabout. Yeah, those are the lyrics. I did not know that there was a song. The Action Network works by allowing organizers to set up a national website, recruit volunteers, plan meetings, and to accept donations for an organization's mission. The Women's March in 2017 was able to use the platform to coordinate with 650 similar activities across the country. The Action Network has also been used to organize protests against the Dakota Access Pipeline and Walmart during the Black Friday shopping holiday. Were these the people who said Black Friday was racist? Is this what they're talking about? The network has also been used by the Indivisible Project, the March for Science, and the People's Climate March. The Action Network platform also offers integration of mass emails, digital petitions, and allows users to start events, allow participants to RSVP, and sell tickets for fundraisers. The Action Network is only available to left progressive organizations and will not assist any other type of organization that opposes progressive stances. And then there's a bunch of like case studies here for this stuff. Action Network, a division of Action Squared, was used to assemble the People's Climate March in New York. In March 2018, Action Network was used to help organize the March for Our Lives event, a pro-gun control protest in Washington. March for Our Lives was estimated to have raised $5 million. February 2019, Action Network was used by the Chicago Democratic Socialists of America to help elect socialist candidates to the Chicago City Council. The platform website included a petition to push for housing for all, sanctuary for all, education for all, and to tax the rich. The DSA-aligned candidates used the Action Network to organize followers of their campaigns for the Chicago City Council. In March of 2019, Fox News host Tucker Carlson faced criticism for comments he made that claimed immigrants made America poorer and dirtier. The Action Network called on women CEOs to boycott the program, like Tricia Griffith of Progressive Insurance, Mary Barra of General Motors, and Pamela Nicholson of Enterprise Holdings. April 2019, a 3-member panel of the Texas Workforce Commission approved rules earlier this month for gig economy employees to maintain their status as independent contractors. Members of the Texas Workforce Commission received 211 comments on the proposed changes. 133 of those comments in opposition came from the Action Network. So this seems, especially when we're talking about them helping elect Democratic Socialists in Chicago, and then the Texas Workforce Commission thing, since this website is countrywide and they're able to activate anyone who's using the website regardless of whether they're in the district or not, that seems rather scary implication-wise for people who don't want their cities fucked up by socialists. You'll admit at the end of the first episode your ears perked up. Wait, it's the start of? And then it kicked into the first riff set? I have no idea what you're talking about. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Someone made a Foxy sing a Yes song. That's also the ending to the first few episodes to JJBA. I don't know acronyms. I have no idea what you said either. Astroturfing bastards. In 2019, the Action Network was used by the groups Fridays for Future, International Indigenous Youth Council, Earth Guardians, and 350 Colorado to organize an event with environmentalist activist Greta Thunberg. The event was advertised as a Denver climate strike with Thunberg as the main speaker. Wow. July 2022, Now or Never, a coalition of left-of-center climate activist groups, was formed with Action Network as its parent company. On July 6, Now or Never announced online that it plans to disrupt the annual congressional baseball game in Washington, D.C. on July 28th unless Congress passed sweeping climate legislation that meets the urgency of the moment. On its website, the group states on July 28th, we will converge en masse to the congressional baseball game. If our politicians have failed to deliver, we will shut it down. In addition, the group announced plans for additional disruptions if strong climate legislation had not been passed by certain dates. It would plan to protest the DNC in the states of Wisconsin, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Arizona should climate legislation fail to pass by August 5th, and would plan mass direct action that fundamentally disrupts business as usual in DC without passed climate legislation by September 30th. Wasn't there a Republican representative that got shot at a congressional baseball game a few years ago? I don't remember exactly what year it was. Again, we go back to get involved with local politics, or at least pay attention to local politics. We don't live in a time where we can afford to just grill in peace. They will jump into the garden. I'm wondering, right, because getting involved in local politics is great, but if people who are on the socialist Marxist scale have this, like, Action Network, nationwide, like, organization and funding and like resource accruement website, I'm wondering if this is something that can be done for people who are right of center as well, right? Like maybe with all of the different Turning Point USA chapters being opened literally everywhere, why not also make a like resource website combining all of those different branches, allowing them to communicate and talk about things on a forum that are affecting their direct areas? They threatened to do their favorite thing of all time, to disrupt demons. The Bernie bro was trying to kill all of them. Scalise was the only one that almost died, though. I just remember one getting shot. We need more organizations for our beliefs, it sounds like. You mean funding and farming and other things? Yeah. Miss Darkness, thank you. Did I hear that there was an attempt to build a Nigerian hub in Japan? It's being pushed by a liberal prime minister candidate, Sanae Takaichi? I think you might be very confused. We talked about the resettlement program a few weeks ago, and it was by Ishiba. Ishiba was the one who was like pro resettlement. all of the individual districts came out and they were like, we know nothing about this. This wasn't supposed to happen. We don't know what you're talking about. And Sanae Takaichi is the conservative, hard-right new prime minister of Japan. Toast engineer, thank you. The right absolutely needs infrastructure like this, which is why the right trend
needs infrastructure like this, which is why the right trend in tech is such a big deal.
Very much agree. We just need to have some sort of like central hub like this in order to discuss things and get more people involved in what we're doing. Because like if they can do this stuff, right? If they are like 133 of 211 comments on like some Texas workforce thing using their big website, why can't the right build infrastructure like this? Will be Pequeno, thank you for the biddies. You start your new gig, you're nervous, but you're glad to no longer be a drag. This ends your unemployment arc. Congratulations, Will be Pequeno. I hope the job is enjoyable and it doesn't make you feel despair every time you have to go to work. Could call it Foxu Hub. Well, I'm thinking like Turning Point USA already has the groundwork set for this kind of thing, don't they? They would just need to have some sort of like central forum hub for all of the different branches to communicate together. And I think that would just easily make something like this. The problem is the right doesn't work with ideological enemies. The left is perfectly okay to work with ideological enemies on the assumption that they'll backstab them once their usefulness is over first. Same work, substantially more money. Felesion, thank you. JJBA is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Now return you to your regularly scheduled progressive hellscape. Thank you. Thank you for explaining acronym. I do not understand acronyms. Your unemployment arc ends as well. You became a Fedy boy. Congrats on a Fed position. Don't glow too bright. Same work, substantially more money. Oh, that's the fucking best, dude. That's the fucking best. The right doesn't want centralized power structures. Yeah, and the right also doesn't want to give a shit about any kind of like arts or entertainment, but that's why we keep losing, bro. Sometimes you gotta care about something. And it's not even advocating for like, ooh, let's have big government, because nobody on the right really wants big government. But having a central hub for people to communicate and get out word about what's happening in their local areas will be incredibly helpful.
Demonio.
Oh my god.
He didn't moan! I'm loving this. I gave it to you anyway. Insidious! Thank you for the dick biddies! Hope she lives up to the hype, but we all thought Pam Bondi was based until she actually began to work. You hope who lives up to the hype? The woman I'm talking about? What? Thank you for the confusing dick biddies? They circumcised the dicks. Oh, the JPPM. Okay, I can agree with that. I was like, what is he talking about? I forgot I briefly mentioned her in response to a different super chat. Yeah, I agree. I do hope she lives up to the hype as the new JP Prime Minister. I also hope that she doesn't start trying to censor things as some more hard right people tend to do. The right would rather be in the garden growing food, working on their cars, or hunting, basically away from people being self-reliant. Yeah, but I mean, as all of us should have found out if we didn't already know, you can no longer just do that while ignoring politics. You have to be vigilant and protect your right to just be left alone and grill. Not talking about Japan right now. Take notice of another change in language, left of center. Yeah, it's very interesting that they're saying left of center when this is the radical far Marxist left. But I guess maybe that shows you how mainstream it's become at this point. March 30th, 2025, former Wall Street Journal journalist Azra Nomani posted a thread on her X, which listed Action Network among several nonprofit organizations and activist groups that were allegedly involved with planning and taking part in hashtag Tesla Takedown, a series of nationwide protests targeting car company Tesla over its CEO Elon Musk's ties to the second Trump administration. Around the same time, the Action Network created a website which allowed users to look up information about local hashtag Tesla Takedown protests happening in their area. The Philadelphia-based Disruption Project was previously listed as a co-host/co-sponsor of the protest, according to the website. That seems like a really weird thing to openly post on your website, because didn't people want to see repercussions for this? Them coming out and being like, yeah, you know, we had something to do with this. I mean, doesn't that make it... It should make it easy to bring repercussions, but our country is fucked on that regard. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. The right needs to stop resting on their laurels since the left is working hard to get rid of conservatives. Need to be ever vigilant. True. True and very real.
Hey.
In November 2019, Action Squared, the parent company of Action Network and Action Builder, announced that its employees had unionized and joined the nonprofit Professional Employees Union Local 70. Action Squared employees say that forming a union will allow them to create a more equitable workplace. Brian Young, Action Squared president, said Action Squared is rooted in the labor movement and we welcome the newly formed union staff. This reminds me of that like weird labor group pamphlet thing that I brought up Travis, New Hampshire's tweet about, where it's like, well, they're not Antifa, but they're still fucking Marxist. Domestic terrorism, they just admitted to it. They have the leadership, client organizations. Action Network helps facilitate support for labor unions, including the AFL-CIO, National Education Association, openly left-of-center media outlets such as the Daily KOS, activist projects such as Get Equal, Women's March, United We Dream, 18mr.org, and New Economy Coalition, and funders such as the Leonardo DiCaprio Foundation. I thought he was just interested in young women, not Marxism. The Action Network has also been used to organize events for Americans for Democratic Action, Liberal Women Unite, and the Democratic Socialists of America. Among the organizations on the extreme and radical left to which Action Network has opened its platform are the Communist Party USA and the Associated Young Communist League USA. People's Forum used Action Network to promote the book launch for Marxist literary criticism today. The left-of-center direct action group Troublemakers, which attracted attention in early 2025 for its participation in the hashtag Tesla Takedown protest movement, utilizes the Action Network platform for fundraising. According to its 2023 990 form, the Action Network reported a revenue of $698,000, expenses of $743,000, and total assets of $461,157,000. Do I have any idea how many 20-something college women are in the DSA? I don't want to think about it. I don't like being reminded that my gender is the easily exploitable one to usher in as useful idiots. A psycho, thank you. We're either too right or not right enough. We're the diverse people so much we don't actually like each other. We're just tolerant enough. True. Miss Darkness, thank you. You're bad. You got the names confused. Don't worry about it. I do it all the time. Your memory ain't the best. Same. At the moment, due to some personal stuff, you wish the best for the upcoming Japanese PM. Hell yeah, brother. I hope it goes well. I hope they do well. Grahav, thank you for the R's. Acceptable mainstream right. Talks only about economy. Doesn't care about race unless if it's too... Oh, well, you know. I feel like we should be actually focusing on America first, is my opinion here. You crave cheese, Barber?
I want Philly cheesesteak.
Once women are enlightened, they don't go back. It's only through ignorance that women are exploited. I don't know how we get there, bro. Insidious, thank you for the biddies. Thank you for some more biddies. Thank you. Moving possibly along, possibly backwards. Let me see what else is here. Also from like my search on Action Network, we had International Marxist Student and Youth Action Network, Washington Stand, Next Gen Marxist Movement. This is in 2024. Interesting. How long is this? Damn. This is a wild... I don't know what this is. The Washington Stand? I don't know what this is. I have no idea what this is. So, grain of salt, since I don't know what kind of publication thing this is. Now you want a Philly cheesesteak. I haven't had one in months, and I would love to have one.
Anya munya.
The Next Gen Marxist Movement that wants to fundamentally change America by Kathy Athern. Can I look at her, see what she's about? Correspondence writer at Family Research Council. She studied political science and religion at Hope College, was a Witherspoon Fellow at FRC, and is passionate about helping Christians contribute to a biblical worldview to the public sphere.
Interesting.
A Ludwig World Order, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Your girlfriend made Philly cheesesteak sliders a couple of days ago. Oh. So I think sliders are good as an appetizer, but I wouldn't want them as a meal. Is this a JoJo reference? What the fuck? McCarthy was right. McCarthy did not go far enough. Some may wonder why conservatives talk so much about, quote-unquote, the left. Are we overgeneralizing, or is there really an organized movement to tear down and reshape America into a completely different country? The answer is, there is a highly influential movement within the left that actually is an organized, international, and well-funded Marxist movement that's been on the rise for years. It started to become mainstream in American universities in 1989. This lady actually kind of knows her shit. And now runs rampant in our culture through the implementation of critical race theory and diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. Author Mike Gonzalez and Catherine Gorka thoroughly researched and exposed the history and organization of the left in their new eye-opening book, Next Gen Marxism. Thankfully, not only do Gonzalez and Gorka reveal how organized, international, and powerful the left is, but they also show how powerful and effective passionate citizens, especially parents, have been at stopping it in recent years. They provide straightforward action steps for those of us who love America and its freedoms and want to continue fighting for them on behalf of freedom-loving people around the world. Next-gen Marxism, or cultural Marxism, is a philosophy implemented by social justice warriors, led by Black Lives Matter through DEI policies that over the last 4 years especially, companies and schools are expected to implement. If they don't, they're labeled as heteronormative, sexist, white supremacist oppressors, and likely to be cancelled. I think the only thing I would disagree with here is that cultural Marxism isn't a philosophy led by Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter is just another arm of implementation of cultural Marxism. It's an international terrorist organization. I mean, yeah, this is what globalization has always meant, right? Globalization has been like a stand-in word for this kind of policy for very many years. Marxist and freedom don't go together. They really don't. Gonzalez and Gorka explain, this book makes the case that the social upheaval we're experiencing in the United States today is the result of a zero-sum view of the world. A world of irreconcilable antagonisms, one in which the open exchange of ideas is replaced by a rigid orthodoxy, in which there's no room for dissent, in which people are reduced to their skin color or sexual orientation. It is a worldview that sees the United States as fundamentally flawed, and for which the sole antidote is its destruction and rebuilding. The Black Lives Matter leaders who shared this view well before they founded Black Lives Matter made use of George Floyd's tragedy to try and deliver a knockout blow against the U.S. constitutional order in 2020, and were able to convince the managers and leaders of all our top institutions to buy into the idea that the United States is systematically racist and oppressive, and thus in need of total transformation. It is this phenomenon that accounts for what has happened to American society. And this is actually... Oh, I had an itch. This is actually what I've been talking about every time we read one of these articles about DEI policies and how they're necessary, or how companies were doing the right thing and doing the work in the wake of 2020. Every single one of those articles always mentions George Floyd, because they were trying to idolize him and canonize him as a saint with which to use against companies and average people to say, hey, this is why we need Marxism. They're using him as a martyr that doesn't even make sense, because it wasn't as if it was a completely innocent, cherubic individual that was murdered in cold blood. It's all part of the WEF agenda, make weak-minded people violent and then make them stupid. Exactly so. The Heritage Foundation's online forum, Next Gen Marxism, what it is and how to combat it, Gonzalez and Gorka discuss how they discovered that in 1989, when the Berlin Wall came down, and many thought that Marxism and communism were dying, in reality, Marxism became mainstream in American universities, humanities, and law departments. CRT was created, and Eric Mann formed his Marxist Labor Community Strategy Center in Los Angeles. Several years later, Mann recruited Patrisse Cullors, a co-founder of Black Lives Matter. And I've played the video of Patrisse Cullors calling herself an avowed Marxist on stream multiple times. Like, it is not even an arguable thing that Black Lives Matter is a Marxist organization. Their founders have said themselves that they are Marxist individuals, that they are agents of Marxism wanting to usher in cultural change. And I also think that it probably became noticeable, right? They say Gonzalez and Gorka discuss how they discovered in 1989. We had already been institutionally captured by the time 1989 rolled around. Like, it had already had irreversible change by the way feminism went in the 70s, by the law changes in the 80s following Gloria Steinem. He just turned on cameras and let them start saying things, true? Today, the oppressors are the privileged, white people, Americans, Israelis, Christians, Jews, heterosexuals, and males, according to next-gen Marxist. The oppressed is everyone else, those in the minority based on race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and those who were once colonized. They claim that Americans cannot work together to solve the supposed fundamental systemic problems in their country, so they have to fight. They want to bring down the oppressors because they are the victimizers. Help. Marxists believe that humankind can be perfected and that utopia can be attained here on Earth. That sounds like literally the horseshoe opposite of the Ubermensch, man. Whereas Christians knew that humans have been sinful since the fall and only will experience paradise in the new heaven and new earth. In order for Marxists to attain utopia, they believe they must tear down norms and traditions, the trinity of the most monstrous evils: private property, religion, and marriage. Gonzalez and Gorka write. One can draw a straight line from the anti-family, anti-morality position of Robert Owen and other utopians and socialists of the 1800s to Black Lives Matter in 2020, which posited on its website and subsequently removed following heavy criticism the goal of destroying the nuclear family. I'm pretty sure they had this on their website before 2020, because I remember reading their website sometime around like 2016 to 2018 thereabouts, and them having this on there, and then they had like a list of demands as well that were inherently Marxist demands. It was like, how does anybody support this shit, man? We disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure requirement by supporting each other as extended families and villages that collectively care for one another. In a video that he released in 2023, filmmaker and Florida educator Chris Rufo explained, in the late 1980s, a group of writers, including Judith Butler, Gail Rubin, Sandy Stone, and Susan Stryker, established the disciplines of queer theory and transgender studies. They argued that gender was a social construct used to oppress racial and sexual minorities. They denounced the categories of man and woman as a false binary that holds up a system of heteronormativity, the white male heterosexual power structure. These writers made the case that these systems must be ruthlessly deconstructed and turned to dust, and the most visceral, dramatic way to achieve this is transgenderism. If a man can become a woman, and if a woman can become a man, they believed the entire structure of creation could be toppled. See, I actually didn't know this. This is new information to me. I knew about John Money and his egregious, disgusting experiments. I was unaware of this weird group of people establishing disciplines of queer theory and also saying that transgenderism is an important fork with which to usher in Marxism to destroy the heteronormativity patriarchy. That's completely new to me, but also very interesting. I kind of want to read the book that they put out. These views espoused by the leftist elite influence America's schools and culture. The nonprofit Sexuality Information and Education Council of the United States writes in its guidelines on comprehensive sex education for the CDC, sex education has the power to spark large-scale social change. SECUS, which is the Sexuality Information and Education Council acronym. SECUS is not a single-issue organization because sex ed, as SECUS envisions it, connects and addresses a variety of social issues. Sex education sits at the nexus of many social justice movements, from LGBTQ rights and reproductive justice to the #MeToo movement and urgent conversations around consent and healthy relationships. They add controlling the formation of sexual identities through radicalized stereotypes, and the reproduction of racial and ethnic minority groups is central to effective population controls. And this is why removing these sexualized books from little kids' libraries in schools is an affront to their rights, apparently. It makes so much sense. Jasmine's nothing like you! She's black! Over the last 10 years, the Marxist left has been successful at influencing schools, businesses, and the entertainment industry by making catchphrases such as racial reckoning, marginalized groups, and heteronormative as a part of America's everyday vocabulary. The New York Times columnist Brett Stevens described this as the Great American Cultural Revolution of the 2010s, in which traditional practices and beliefs regarding same-sex marriage, sex-segregated bathrooms, personal pronouns, meritocratic ideals, race-blind rules, reverence for patriotic symbols, the rules of romance, the presumption of innocence, and the distinction between equality of opportunity and outcome became more and more Not just passé, but taboo. Baha Cat, thank you. A lot of women are sadly realizing too late that the feminist movement was literally a CIA-backed communist psyop that only managed to liberate men from marriage and enslave women to a corporate patriarchy. And I genuinely don't understand that. I genuinely don't understand that point of view, because if you look at anything in like the like 50s, 60s, 70s era, women weren't like chained to their kitchen. If they wanted to get an education, they could do so. If they wanted to go to college or have a job, they could do so. Women were the backbone of manufacturing during the world wars because the men were out fighting. And so it's like we weren't like some chained slave class. Like, yeah, there could have been things that could have been better, but feminism in and of itself was selling a utopic ideal that was never going to be realistic. And all it eventually did was, like you said, make women equal slaves to corporate overlords like men were, depress wages, make it impossible to raise children on a single income, and also, by removing both parents from the home, by removing both parents...
Utopia is
I'm gonna forget what I'm gonna say.
Genocide of the outgroup, a utopia that will never come. This kind of ideology...
Oh, it died? When was daycare invented? I have no idea. But it's like, when you remove both parents from the home, you start letting strangers in the education system raise your children. You start letting, like, government institution daycare facilities take care of your children. So you're either putting them in possible danger because you don't know who is going to be raising them at a daycare, or you're putting them into an early indoctrination camp ran by people paid by taxpayer funds. So it's like, I don't know how anyone could look back and think that feminism was a good thing. It was resoundingly bad for both men and women. The only people that profited from it were Marxists and politicians at the time. Because if politicians can keep people fighting each other, they're not going to be fighting the politicians, making their lives worse at every turn. You temp muted? Oh, thank you. The reason they did it is to lower birth rates and forced increased immigration to replace the populace. It's just like, yeah, if both people are working and you don't have the opportunity to have children, the birth rates are gonna go down. That's just kind of how it works. Graham, thank you. Feminists sold wrong answers to real and false problems. It did. It did. And it's like a no-fault divorce is one of the things that came out of that, which has been incredibly harmful to all people in the country. No-fault divorce should have never been a thing. And watching celebrities treat marriage as just like another step of a relationship, going to Vegas, getting married overnight, getting divorced in the morning, it desensitized people into thinking, oh, well, marriage isn't that big of a deal. I don't need to put that much effort into somebody. And the dating pool slowly got worse and worse over time, with people treating each other like commodities instead of wanting to build something that takes effort and time. Spartan, thank you. By the admission of those who created the modern school system, that was the goal, not teaching how to think, but what to think. Oh, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Which is why it's just like, how? How did it work so well when anyone with, like, a functioning capacity to understand things could have looked at what happened in the decades before and been like, actually, no, I don't think I want feminism. Thank you for reposting Phoenix DS's TTS so I could reread that as well. Marxist utopia is nothing more than the genocide of the outgroup, a utopia that will never come. The kind of ideology needs to be fought at every turn. The hydra of communism must be brought down. And I think what's even more disturbing is that when they usher in this kind of utopia, it's going to be that quote-unquote heavy quotes utopia for the ruling class, because they're going to have control of the wealth, they're going to have control of production, they're going to have control of everything, including what you're allowed to state out loud from your thoughts. It's an incredibly oppressive thing, but if you're part of that ruling class, you get to live essentially like a king. However, a lot of people who are useful idiots believe that they will be a part of that ruling class, and that's what drives them forward. And what's so very unfortunately not understood is that liberals get the bullet too. These Marxists do not care about the idealistic leftists that are going to help them usher in their reign of terror. Those leftists are also going to be lined up because they're to the right of Mao. And that's all that matters. You gotta remember, even in the 80s, people actually believed that basically every marriage in the 50s was abusive. Their propaganda is strong, which is wild to me. Like, yeah, I'm sure there were abusive marriages. I'm sure there were bad things. And I'm sure there were some women that felt very stuck. We had safeguards back then for this kind of stuff that weren't just completely rape the man for everything he owns when you get bored. Kiki Hideout, thank you. Feminism ended up leading to the Me Too movement, which ended up leading to cancel culture. The Me Too movement was just an evil terrorist movement compared to what the Nazis did to German Jews. And I would not compare Me Too to the Holocaust. That's a bit hyperbolic. I think the Me Too movement was bad because I think actresses who are willing to have sex to advance their career don't really get to complain about it. Like, yeah, the male is also disgusting and skeevy, but if you're willing to do that to advance your career, I'm not gonna feel bad for you. If you were coerced, if you were demanded, if you were like doing it completely against your will, like, yeah, that's obviously rape. But there are women who are like, I can use my sex to get things, and they do that. And to treat women like they don't do that is to treat them as if they don't have autonomy and the ability to do things on their own. Can't compare Me Too to the Holocaust. Chill, things can be bad and not one of the worst things ever. Yeah, I think comparing it to the Holocaust is a little fucking wild, bro. That's like when the transgender people are just like, oh, what's happening to us is just like the Holocaust. Kai, thank you. Utopia is dystopia, true and real. Even Halkenfrères, thank you for the Canadians. Bold of you to assume that the average voter has a functioning brain. I know. It's hard to remember that they don't. Roadkill VT, thank you. Women working away from their families is bad for culture, but a bigger impact on the economy was admin bloat. They don't contribute to the bottom line. Much like we're finding out, a lot of federal workers also don't contribute to the bottom line. It's basically just one big daycare to give jobs to people who are basically useless otherwise. So it's like taxpayer-funded daycare. Thanks, I hate it. Rye Bread, thank you for the 6-month member. Speaking of education, did I see Lady Grums retweeted about how they are not teaching people how to read? I don't think I've ever seen Grums' wife tweet anything. I think this is the first time I've even heard of her outside of like when he was fighting people who were harassing him. Moo Ida, thank you for the 5-month resub on Kick, brother. Thank you. Well, thank you. Please, who will work in HR departments? The most important department. Oh my god. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Had a literature professor like in Marriage to Slavery. He got mad at you when you brought up that women can reject a marriage proposal. College is a scam. Yeah, that is really grotesque. It's really awful. Chris Pham, thank you for the modern feminism demands independence from men, but the moment we have a strong and independent woman, wait, not like that. Kiki Hideout, thank you. You're mostly shitposting with the second part of the comment, though. Correct me if you're wrong. You heard that most of the statistics of male-on-female domestic abuse was inflated due to most domestic abuse done between women to women. I don't really understand how that would be correlated. I mean, if they were going to fudge the statistics, wouldn't they just fudge it completely so that lesbian domestic violence statistics were below heterosexual couple statistics? Like, I'm sure there's some fudging around there, but I don't know what that would have to do with anything. People who actually need jobs don't get them because of such a job market and because of gatekeeping. Yeah. We have so much work to do getting these people out of power and influential positions. It is going to be long and hard and rough. And people are going to need to steal their hearts. Lamby Chop, thank you. Got no fault, divorced in Cali and got screwed. 0 out of 10. Oh my god. In Cali, no less? I'm so sorry. When you're in a domestic violence competition and your opponent is a lesbian couple. Yeah, exactly. We wouldn't get to have these jokes if they were just, like, putting the lesbian statistics in the heterosexual category. And college became a scam after the last positions were filled. The only time feminism did anything good was give women the right to vote. Was that good, though? Can you look at where we are and say that it was a good thing? I don't know anymore, man. Like, I like having my ability to vote, and I like having my ability to have my voice heard, but if we just have an entire propagandized group of people, I don't know, man. I don't know anymore, man. I think maybe instead of doing something based on gender or race or what the fuck ever, voting should probably go back to, like, do you own property? Do you own land? You know, some kind of, like, are you contributing to the system, right? Do you pay taxes, right? If you're like a net gain, then maybe you should have the ability to vote, right? It's like something's got to give somewhere. Because it's like if you're not contributing, if you are a drain on the government system, with exception, I'm sure there are some people, right? Some people using the system correctly. They're unemployed, they need help temporarily, and they get back on their feet, whatever. Not talking about them. But the people who abuse the system and continuously live on government handouts, aren't they just going to vote for more government handouts regardless of sex, gender, race, whatever? A fucking Glenn, my dude. Glenn, thank you for those 5 gift subs on Kick. Thank you. Thank you, Glenn, for the warm blankets on Kick. Thank you. Domestic violence policy was adjusted such that cops had to make an arrest, and the policy made it such that the man was most likely to be arrested based on physical criteria and not the real course of events. Yeah, this is like the believe all women early on, but that has nothing to do with lesbians. That's nothing to do with lesbians, man. Kiki Hideout, thank you. Me Too movement, all it did was just increase the fear and distrust on your common man. Yes, correct. The good man, who are supposed to love, care, help, and protect women from the bad men, but also from the bad women too. Yeah, that's correct. Completely correct. I talk about the fucking Daniel Penny shit all the time. I wish we lived in a society where we could still celebrate dudes who did the right thing. Nasky Holy Goddess, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Downside to that is the fact that corporations are buying up both housing and farmland, thus reducing the ability for individuals to own land. Yeah, that's why in the middle of me saying, like, maybe be a landowner, I was like, well, companies are buying up land and we need to fix that fucking shit too, so maybe being, like, just a taxpayer in general would be a helpful thing. A taxpayer and a citizen. We need voter ID. How are we a first world country without voter ID? Like, there's a lot that needs to get fucking fixed and changed. Your generation will likely never have the chance to own land. You don't think land ownership should be tied to voting? It made sense back then, but I guess before companies were buying up land, but now it would make more sense if you were just like a net positive taxpayer. Personally restrict suffrage to those who have not committed crime and do not rely on government welfare programs. If you want to work, you must have a stake in our nation's prosperity. Yeah, that makes more sense. What OBS plugin do I use for multi-streaming, and does it cost money? I think it costs money when you do more than 3 multi-streams? I can't remember. Because I've been doing this for so long. But I use Item multi-stream. It uses AI to, like, multicast your stream to many more places, and it's much more stable than Restream.io, which is what I used before. The idea that you'll never own anything is just blackpilling. I know, I hate it. I hate it. Grahav, thank you. Look for compromatocracy instead of democracy. I don't know what that is. Praxis Fall, thank you. BlackRock is a problem, then, for landowners if you want to go back to landowners vote only. Yeah, I thought of that in the middle of saying my sentence, which is why I went to taxpaying instead. Rosa Takanashi, thank you. We need to go back to the you had to own property to vote, just like the founders intended. I would agree if we could get rid of all the BlackRock and other investment companies buying up property nonsense. You know, like, if we can get rid of that, then yeah, landowning could be a condition for voting. But until then, it would really not work. It would really not work, because it would just give these companies even more power. Mika Lim, thank you. 28% of adults have a kindergarten reading literacy. If true, that is a crazy statistic. 29% of adults have a 3rd grader reading level, so 57% of adults are walking around barely understanding what they read. The source is the PIAAC results of 2023. That is a horrifying thing to think of. I don't like that. Roadkill VT, thank you. Thoughts on custodial voting? Parents vote for kids? Adam Frieden coined the term. He sees parents as having a bigger investment in society. I don't think that would be a good idea. I do not think that children should have a vote, and I do not think that parents should get a vote for the number of children that they have. I think that would lead to quite a lot more issues. And I think that if custodial voting was a thing, think of how many, like, Munchausen mothers would be voting on behalf of their trans children, and how much worse the situation we're in now would be if that was the case. Especially when you consider the way that birth rates are going. Britain would have already been a caliphate like 10 years ago if that was a thing. Muslims outbreed natives right now. That would give them a lot more opportunity to overtake cities. How many welfare queens would get 9 votes? Oh, God. Miss Darkness, thank you. No-fault divorcees have zero place in society at all. Or no-fault divorces, sorry, I misread. Sometimes you wish the 19th Amendment didn't exist and the government could leave you alone. I just think that, like... I hate thinking about how many things were done in the name of, like, wanting to do something good, but it was done by people who only had, like, nefarious goals and wanted to exploit people's desire to do something good. Bad latency, thank you. Voting was never tied to land, it was property. Tradesman tools counted as a property. Business ownership counted as property, not just land. Oh, thank you for the correction. I thought it was just land ownership. Wouldn't conservative houses get more voting power since conservatives have more children? That's not true, unfortunately. You think all the people that should be allowed to vote are those with full custody of all biological children? That might be a little too low. Conservatives have more than double the birth rate of liberals. It would shift things pretty solidly in favor of the right. Yeah, but who has higher birth rates than conservatives? And there's also other factors that go into why some conservative people tend to wait to have children. Oh God, what's wrong with my throat today? Mercenary 21, thank you. Talk about not being able to own anything sounds like the same thing you've been fighting against in the religious. Those who preach religion say you own nothing and you'll be freer for it by God's decree. I don't think I've ever heard that outside of Buddhism. I mean, there's like the like, don't covet thy neighbor or whatever the fuck. I can't remember the commandments off the top of my head anymore. But like, there's a difference between like coveting and becoming... Like, there's a difference between coveting and being inherently materialistic and then just like owning things, right? Yum yum. Illegal immigrants used to have kids in the US just so they could stay. Used to? What do you mean by used to? And Praxis Fall, thank you. Remember the old saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions? It surely is, unfortunately. Very, very unfortunately. UNSC Saratoga, thank you for the biddies. Gave women the ability to vote without any of the responsibilities that were supposed to come with that right. Men only had the right to vote because we can be drafted. Women essentially got the right just because vagina. I don't remember the specificalities around that. So I don't know if that's true or not. Christianity says chasing money will not bring happiness, not that money or possessions are bad. Muslims have the highest birth rate. As it stands, Islam may actually overrun the Western world if we don't wake up. Mercenary, thank you. As one of the ads on YouTube for a mega church. Oh, well, the mega churches are silly. Covet is greed, almost as if greed and envy are a bad thing. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Ah, no. Where was I? Where was I in reading this? FRC's senior fellow for education studies, Meg Kilganon, told the Washington Stand, when the vast majority of universities in America, including Christian and Catholic universities, have adopted ideas and concepts of Marxism that are antithetical to Judeo-Christian Western civilization, the teachers, doctors, lawyers, bankers they produce will have been influenced by or will have accepted revolutionary ideas. This will make it very difficult for us to build and maintain organizations and institutions that are not vulnerable to take over. But that is exactly why we must fight to protect what we build and reclaim what has been stolen. The future depends on our devotion to God and his people. Well, I'm not exactly a religious person, but I do see that essentially the Marxist cult has replaced any kind of religion with Marxism as the religion. 10 tactics for patriots. Gonzalez and Gorka are encouraged by the success that motivated Americans, including the impact that Family Research Council, Parents Defending Education, and Moms for Liberty have had at fighting back against next-gen Marxists. The Marxist ideas must be exposed for the lies they are. Their utopia is nothing more than a formula for tyranny and suffering. They offer 10 tactics for patriots. Expose, network, follow the money, live within the truth, vote with your wallet, engage, show up, play the long game, focus internationally, nationally, and locally, as well as reclaim the culture. And it's like, it sounds like so much work, and it is, and it will be. And I'm sure many people don't want to bother with this shit, but like, nothing's gonna get better if you don't. And grilled cheese and Joya, thank you. Nah, custodial voting would go to the left. Yeah, conservatives have more kids, but there are a lot of welfare queens wouldn't work out. There's a lot of I would agree that probably I don't know the statistics off the top of my head, but I feel like it's probably true that conservatives have more kids than a basic liberal person. However, we do see a lot of liberal couples with kids. We see a lot of kids that have Munchausen mothers that are turning them trans. We see a lot of these people everywhere. So I wouldn't really want to take that gamble, especially when you get into the visible ones and you get into the people who live on welfare, like my mother, like the men that she's dated, right? Like the people she's lived around. I would not want to see custodial voting. It just seems like it is a hugely outnumbered issue, and conservatives would suffer immensely for it. Schmear Lies, thank you for the shekels, brother. Taking suggestions for title of a podcast of 2 Jewish guys covering news. What Jew talking about? 2 Jews, 3 opinions. A Jew stand with Foxu. Blue Jew crew. 2 Jewish guys covering news. I feel like you could probably incorporate some, like, funny Israeli word. I forgot the name of your language. Hebrew, there we go. I don't know why I can't remember that. I also like the Hebrews and Shebrews that was Alistor, I think, mentioned in my chat before. Like, all you Hebrews and Shebrews. I always think that's funny. That makes me giggle. Custodial voting makes as much sense as someone voting for their dead relative. Yeah, it don't vibe with me. A Jew talking on me. And Pakistani National, thank you for the Canadians. Don't covet thy neighbor's pip wife. True. Do not. If we believe that all humans are created in the image of God, we should fight Marxism. I feel like everyone, regardless of believing in God, has a duty to fight Marxism, man. So I guess this is just talking about how you should be against Marxism if you're created in the image of God, which I'm not too interested in that. I am a-religious, but you're thinking about this just today. It's so infuriating that it takes so much more effort to argue for the truth and takes no effort at all for these Marxists to just keep lying. It's a battle of attrition and Marxist retards have the advantage. It's because their lies paint you as a bad person, and if you're painted as a bad person, people wouldn't want to associate with bad person because it could be damaging to them. So it's a very effective way to just lie and cut people out of having financial backing, having the ability to support themselves. And if you're worried about, if I get my finances taken away, what am I going to do? If you're worried about that kind of thing, you're not worried about fighting against Marxism. You're not worried about standing up and keeping your country and your right to grill intact. You're worried about if I get canceled, I'm fucked, right? Phoenix DS, thank you. He brewing some mad coffee. Carnival Blackburn, thank you. 2 Jews, news name. Who knows what the nose knows? Marxism has no upside. It does not. It does not. So when you look up Action Network, there's just so much shit about them being like implicated in Marxist teachings and whatnot. And to bring this all the way back to the beginning of when we were talking about this, we were talking about the Minneapolis City Council. Here's something from 2021. Socialism comes to the Minneapolis City Council. 3 young Democratic socialists secured seats across the city, are eager to pass progressive policies to benefit the city's working class. 26-year-old Jason Chavez was born and raised in the East Phillips neighborhood of South Minneapolis. His family, like many others in Ward 9, struggled with housing and lost their home amid the 2008 housing crisis. Now, Chavez will represent that same part of town as one of 3 candidates selected to the Minneapolis City Council last week who were endorsed by the local chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America, an organization that's championed national politicians like U.S. Rep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Chavez sees the new DSA bloc as a way to shift the power balance on the council, which he says has too often served the interests of the wealthy, instead of helping Minneapolis residents meet their basic needs. People are tired of doing the same thing over and over again, Chavez said. This new wave in Minneapolis that just hit with the 3 of us is something that's going to return power back to regular people. And you see, I'd be interested in how 3 socialists all got elected to the same thing at the same time. We've seen how much election fraud has happened in like Dearborn and Hamtramck, so I'm wondering if there might be any of that going on here. In order to make progress toward their goals, the newly elected council socialists must work alongside a mayor whose approach and ideology they disagree with. They'll also have to navigate a new system that took executive power from the council and allocated it to the mayor. On the east side of Minneapolis in Ward 2, community organizer Robin Wansley Warlabaugh won her race by just 19 votes. unseating longtime Green Party council member Cam Gordon. At a post-election forum hosted by Twin Cities DSA, she called Minneapolis one of the worst places to live as a black working-class person. And this place is run by Democrats, she said. Wansley Warlabaugh, 30, joined Twin Cities DSA in March 2020 when she didn't see any other progressive political organizations willing to critique state Democrats for their early pandemic response. Our local DSA chapter was calling out Governor Walz every step of the way. She said, "Why are you not prioritizing financial packages for every family and individual across Minnesota?" Wansley Warlabaugh said her socialist platform wasn't too tough of a sell for Ward 2, which had strong turnout for U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders' presidential bids. Her predecessor, Cam Gordon, was a consistent voice for progressive policies for decades, including both the Public Safety Amendment and another authorizing the council to craft rent control policies. Wansley Warlabaugh said she never ran an anti-Cam campaign and thanked him for his years of service for progressive causes. But she said the ward has been changing too quickly for many residents. There's a mandate for a black woman renter who is also a Democratic socialist, Wansley Warlabaugh said. There's a mandate even more so in this political climate, where there's more consolidation of power going towards the rich, corporations, big business for a movement leader in City Hall. Labor organizer and first-generation immigrant Aisha Chugtai won Ward 10 in an open seat 7-way race. The Central Minneapolis ward includes most neighborhoods in Uptown. At 24, Chungtai is the youngest person ever elected to the Minneapolis City Council. She entered the race after feeling dissatisfied with the other candidates running to replace outgoing City Council President Lisa Bender, who chose not to run for re-election. Literally, if like some random first-generation immigrant at 24 can run, I really hope other Americans start getting incentivized to run and promote things that they want to see. They have much more action, they're much more incentivized, they're much less I just want to grill, and much more I want to impose my worldview on everyone. And if you don't want to be conquered by these kinds of people, you have to get involved locally. Chungtai wanted her reality of living in the ward to be represented. I live in an 80% renter community, and I saw a lot of people step up to run that did not understand what the experience looks like in the here and now. Ward 10 has not been fully seen and understood as a community that is made up of working class people, immigrants, first-generation families, multi-generational families, which is a very weird thing for somebody who is a socialist to say, because socialists would want a renter community. They wouldn't want to pay rent, they would want it paid for by the government, but one of the tenets is to own nothing. So it's not like everybody would be converted from a renter to a homeowner. They would still be renting, it would just be government paid. Keep saying that, but most people feel like you do. I'd be a bad politician. I would be a bad politician, and I do not have the time, but I have the means to support other people running for political seats that I would want to see. And I'm glad that there are multiple people that I can already endorse who are already in seats or planning to run in New Hampshire, and hopefully with even the small amount of like platform that I have and possible funding that I can help with, I can make a difference in that way. That's part of what I can do. Spartan D63, thank you. By the way, Marxist phrase, seize the means of production, also includes the manpower. A bunch of tools without people trained to use them do nothing. True. Very true and real. Not a shot at me, just a feeling of the people. Yeah, that's why I say, like, even if you can't run, even if you don't have time to run or the means to run, you can get together with people locally and find someone who has the time, and maybe you can help with platforming or funding or finding more people who would be willing to vote for them, right? There's always going to be a part that you can play. Hello, M. Foxu, please vote for me. Chavez, formerly a state legislative aide, was discouraged that Democrats couldn't successfully pass legislation that would allow all Minnesotans, regardless of immigration status, to obtain driver's licenses. And 4 years later, we see why that's a terrible fucking idea. Oh God, how did this thing get elected? We didn't do it, and we let down undocumented neighbors, Chavez said, noting that his ward has a large undocumented community. It makes it so if the police stop them, they could be deported back to a country they haven't been to in years. Hell. Good, get them out. Someone needs to sweep Ward 10. Get ICE into Ward 10. Get them out. Chavez said that unlike traditional DFLers, Democratic Socialists hold themselves accountable to those most affected by legislative policies. Chung Tai, a Twin Cities DSA member, said her new constituents were much more concerned about housing affordability and police violence than the fact that she's a socialist. Because people who aren't paying attention don't really understand what this means if they were to get actual socialist policies pushed. I just thought it won't be good, brother. But none of the newly elected council members are shocked that a fleet of young democratic socialists were voted into office. Our generation is the one that lived and is living under late-stage capitalism, Wansley Warlabaugh said. And we're seeing the failures every single day of this particular political system. We're living proof that no, this is not sustainable. Ian Riggenberg, co-chair of Twin Cities DSA, said the socialist left in Minneapolis saw big losses with the re-election of Mayor Jacob Frey. Didn't this guy kneel and like cry at George Floyd's casket? What? How is he not just like working in lockstep with these people? How is he any different? And the failure of the public safety ballot amendment. He's excited by the prospect of 3 socialists on the council of the largest city in the state, but sees it as just the start. We feel really optimistic and heartened by what will be a progressive and socialist minority on the council, but we have a lot of work ahead of us, Riggenberg said. Our goal isn't just to be critical of power, but to build power for working people, so we need to do more. Beyond endorsed candidates winning races, Twin Cities DSA has seen explosive growth in local engagement and its member base since Senator Bernie Sanders' 2016 campaign and former President Donald Trump's election. The national organization went from under 10,000 to over 90,000 members. Locally, Twin Cities DSA grew from under 100 to more than 1,500 members. Bhaskar Sankara, a founding editor of the socialist magazine Jacobin and former vice chair of the Democratic Socialists of America, also sees the rise of Sanders as an inspiration for the new Democratic Socialists running for office. I don't think it's a rising tide that's slowly going to build until one half of America is run by socialists, Sankara said. I think it's more like spaces being carved out within and outside of the Democratic Party for a certain wing of progressives to embrace the label Democratic Socialist. Sankara expects the issue of public safety to present a particular challenge for socialist officials in Minneapolis. He points to tension and disagreement around the role of police in keeping communities safe. Those of us on the left have to both maintain a real criticism of police abuses and the importance of supporting grassroots movements to address that, but also recognize that ordinary people don't want the police abolished. They want better policing, Sankara said. It's been a difficult thing for socialists in many ways. This is literally telling you that once they have a majority of socialists, those police are going fucking bye-bye, brother. They aren't gonna stay there. They aren't gonna care. Didn't the Minneapolis, I can't remember if it was Minneapolis, but wasn't there some, city council that heavily defunded police and then hired private security for themselves? Was that Minneapolis, or was that a different city?
Mean they're all friends. Indeed, they fight constantly, jockeying to be the guy on top and in office in the end when all wealth is transferred to the ruling class.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's not going to be fun, and it's not going to be a utopia. Thank you, Toast Engineer. Wasn't that San Fran? No, it wasn't San Fran. I mean, maybe they did it after, but this was right after all of the George Floyd stuff. And so it was one of those middle America cities where the city council voted to defund police but then hire private security for themselves. Minneapolis, Minnesota, one of the M's. They want police, but it'll be their own secret police. Torger, thank you. New Hampshire, you haven't lived over there in 20 years. Is the area near Laconia still overrun with the drug problem? Laconia still has a lot of biker activity. I don't know a whole lot about Laconia because Laconia is up in the Lakes region. I would take vacations to Laconia. I'd go up there for bike week on occasion as well. I looked at a couple of nice Victorian houses, even though that was far away from where I wanted to be living. So I am not super on the know about what's going up in the Lakes region. I do know more about Manchester still having a drug and prostitution problem. Seabrook still having a drug problem. There are a lot of drug issues in New Hampshire. It's not a perfect state, but it's still way better than anywhere else I'd want to live. Laconia has the white trash drug issues. But it's nice. Most of the worst bits have moved into Maine. Oh boy. Laconia, Spartans, what is your profession? New England still has a lot of Fent issues. Doesn't surprise me. Due to redistricting, all Minneapolis City Council seats will be up for re-election again in just 2 years. This was in 2021, so this was 2023 when they were up for re-election. That gives the new candidates just a short amount of time to show that they can make a mark in the DFL-dominated city. Chungtai, Chavez, and Wansley Warbala plan to align together and move in lockstep as an institution. I like how they use the same exact wording I do. Chungtai said at the DSM forum, predicting that the Democratic establishment will pit the three of us against each other. They also start at a time following voters' approval of a charter amendment that gives the mayor's office more executive authority, which is considered to be at the expense of the council's power. One priority for the trio is making good on the city's vote to allow the council to pass rent control measures, which all three socialist council members predict will be difficult with a skeptical council, and a mayor who has said he doesn't see a rent control policy as the way to address the city's housing crisis. We'll make sure even the moderates on the city council know you have to work with us as a working class people and with our council members to pass a strong rent control policy. Wansley, Warbala, Chungtai, and Chavez, and 4 other new Minneapolis City Council members will be sworn into office in January 2022. At least 3 of the new other members publicly ran against the charter amendment to restructure public safety help in the city, knocking off incumbents who supported the proposal. It's the most racially diverse city council in Minneapolis history, with a majority of the members identifying as people of color. Just seize these people, throw them into a very dark hole. And moving on from this, I have a little clipoo here. This is Minneapolis council member Robin Wansley on being a Marxist, published by the Minneapolis Times. It posts the source here. The source video is how we win housing campaigns. But this video is an hour and a half long. So I'm glad that Minneapolis Times cut out a clip from the Democratic Socialists of America so we could just watch this pertinent section. Let me volume boost because it sounds like it's a real foggy. Hello, brother.
I mean, overturn racial capitalism. I mean, like, that's really kind of the goal of this. But also to flex, I talk about how developers like flex on us. This is why I'm a Marxist. This is why I'm a socialist. Like, it's about having opportunity for working class people, convening opportunities for working class people to flex their power.
So once again, just using democratic socialists to kind of make it a bit more palatable to the regular person, because if you just come out and outright say Marxism or communism, people might get a little edgy, right? People might get a little, wow, that's a bit far for me, but democratic socialist, well, let's get democratic in the name. That's good, right? And then to touch quickly on the Democratic Socialists of America, which again is where the source video is from.
All right, we got people coming in.
Excuse me?
I mean, overturn
that was weird. Yeah, here we go.
All right, we got people coming in.
Democratic Socialists of America Fund. Virtual discussion with activists and elected officials involved in winning housing campaigns. This is the Democratic Socialists of America website. Hashtag Stop Fueling Genocide. Boycott Chevron. And then join DSA today. And they have the Mamdani guy right on their little banner here. We believe that working people should run both the economy and society democratically to meet human needs, not to make profits for a few. Join our movement to grow democratic socialism in your town and across the country. And they have a little video here.
The last 2 years have been rough. We've been hit with crisis after crisis, and everywhere working class people are being pushed out of politics. Right at the moment that we need to fight like hell. The bosses and billionaires and their politicians and police are sacrificing us during this pandemic. It's no wonder we are exhausted and struggle to organize. But we are finding a way. We've seen huge electoral victories and labor organizing from coast to coast, including major union wins in Starbucks stores from Buffalo to Seattle. Workers everywhere are rising up, and DSA chapters and members are returning to face-to-face meetings, rallies, and canvasses. As working class people, we're fed up. As socialists, we know the answer is class
Eat the rich, brother, yeah!
No force in history is stronger than the working class taking collective action. Let's brush ourselves off and move forward together. Serious.
Hold on a sec.
Ourselves off and move forward together.
This guy looks like he was made out of AI and Play-Doh. What the hell?
Serious politics begins with organizing.
Housing justice for all?
Movements.
What the fuck is even housing justice? Come on, woman.
There are no shortcuts to building power.
This is proof of what you're saying. Useful idiots or not, they're unified. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Your useful idiots aren't going to have as much of an impact if they're not unified. So it doesn't matter if they don't have like a card-carrying Communist Party card, right? They're still unified. They're still together, which is why like the rhetoric of, well, Antifa's not an organized organization. It's like, yeah, they might not have a membership, but they're very clearly fucking organized. And we also just read that website where it's like the literal point of that website was like Action Network or something, was to help all of them nationwide get organized.
Join us to rebuild, re-energize, and recommit to building working class power with DSA.
Spartan, thank you. Eat the Rich says the group's being funded by the rich. Yeah, but their rich are the good guys. You know, once they win, they'll redistribute all that wealth and, you know, everyone will be happy. We'll sing Kumbaya around the campfire. That's how that's gonna work. You have no idea how high you'd have to be to think anything being said is a good thing, but you'd know Snoop would have to tell you to slow the fuck down. Oh, fuck. I watched a movie where Snoop Dogg was like, fucking... Was he a vampire? I think he was a vampire killer, and it was really funny. And he had a big machine gun named Big Bertha. Other funding comes from China. Well, not just China. The Democratic Socialists of America is the largest socialist organization in the United States with over 80,000 members and chapters in all 50 states. We believe that working people should run both the economy and society democratically to meet human needs, not to make profits for a few. We are a political and activist organization, not a party. Through campus and community-based chapters, DSA members use a variety of tactics, from legislative to direct action, to fight for reforms that empower working people. That's true. Real communism has never been tried, comrade. Surely this time we'll get it right. The Democratic Socialists of America is the largest socialist organization in the United States because we're a member-driven mass organization. We believe that working people should run both the economy and civil society. What did they mean by this? And we show our commitment to this principle by being an organizer of, by, and for the working class. Must be a ledger of all their members. Can we obtain that and arrest all of them? We need to make an exception for democratic socialists in the same way that the Civil Rights Act makes an exception for communists. Campaign priorities here: electoral strategy, strong labor movement, Green New Deal. Standing with the president of Brazil. The DSA affirms the freedom to organize. A global Samud flotilla does not sail alone. 5 interim policies to bridge the healthcare gap. What the hell? What the hell? Religious socialism? On the street fighting for housing justice? What? Why do they have fucking Atlantis here? Atlantis and redemptive technology? Fucking excuse you me? What the fuck? From a political economy to a moral economy? Holiness to the Lord, Zion's cooperative mercantile institution? What? Why the left needs religious socialism. Okay, please, I'm gonna come back to this one, I think, because I want to know what the fuck religious socialism is. Toward a convivial future, robots as our friends, inner freedom, liberating black women's bodies. I remember reading an article about black female bodies years ago and being like, that is really gross language to me to refer to like adult female black women as like bodies. And it was about like some birth care And I can't remember exactly what it was, but I was like, that's really gross. Please do not refer to black women as black women's bodies, bro. That's so weird. Bloom where you are planted, uncovering your path. A place for us? What role for religious socialists? What the fuck? The mighty mindfulness juggernaut, therapeutic adjunct to neoliberalism? Well, everything's on fire, so I mean that seems about right to me about how much socialism works. Living amid two Christianities. Religion against socialism. How mainline Protestants vilified Christian socialism and fractured the labor movement. By Janine Giordano Drake. Star Trek, the Fermi Paradox, and the Potential of Progressive Religion? Hiding in Plain Sight, Faith in Abstract Art, Russian character spotted. Remembering Black History Month before it's too late? What? Grief and Gratitude, a holy reckoning at the place where the stones are gathered. Linking, thinking, processing, praying with a picture of Donald Trump? Is this like an AI website? What is happening? Alan Moore and Steve Moore's bumper book, Magic for the Masses? The Moon and Serpent bumper book of magic? What the bitty baby buggy bumper? What the fuck? Gustavo Gutierrez, OP, June 8th, 1928 to October 22nd, 2024, recalling the legacy of liberation theology. That doesn't look like Jesus. That looks like an intense mockery of Jesus that would not stand if this was Muhammad instead. Indigenous Peoples Day, remembering the story, working towards reparations. Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz's Indigenous Peoples History of the United States, a graphic interpretation. Is that a Muppet, bro? I don't know. Let's go back here. It was the fourth one, I think. Yeah, why the left needs religious socialism. Take me to this page. What is religious socialism? Genevieve Marcy is the one who wrote this. I don't know if that's a real person or not. August 20th, 2025. One reaction. Doesn't show me the reaction. The US left doesn't know what to do with God. 25% of the country skips meals to pay bills, while too many leftists debate whether prayer is counter-revolutionary. The right, meanwhile, transforms Jesus into a hedge fund manager who despises food stamps. I don't think anyone really despises food stamps. I just think there's a lot of people who have a realistic view of what happens with food stamps. You have people that fall on hard times and they need welfare assistance and they need food stamps. And then you have people like my mother who abuse the system and get way too much money in food stamps because they're fucking filthy liars. And they don't even take care of their kids, but they get food stamps for their kids, right? Like, there are people who take advantage of the system, and those people should somehow be rooted out and kicked off of the system. But another tradition existed once: religious organizations and leaders that read sacred text as immediate political demands rather than afterlife consolation. 62% of U.S. residents under 30 now hold favorable views of socialism, according to a 2025 Cato/YouGov survey, the highest level ever recorded. I wonder if this is the kind of thing that, like, Bridge pulls their polling from when they're saying that, like, Gen Z is the most progressive and caring about diversity generation yet. Simultaneously, 29% of all people in the United States identify as religiously unaffiliated, with young adults showing the highest rates of religious disaffiliation in U.S. history. These are the famous nuns, as in none of the above. This is a generation seeking economic justice, but finding only secular frameworks to articulate that longing. Religious socialism provides both, without requiring choice between material transformation and spiritual depth. That just sounds like a bunch of commie gobbledygook to me. That just sounds absolutely ridiculous. What the fuck do you mean by this? You can't replace a religion with an ideology that you treat as a religion, because then if you move from any of the tenets, you're going to be punished for eschewing the party. Like, what is this? Writing from exile in Oxford, Polish communist Leszek Kolakowski argued that impossible goals must be articulated precisely because they remain impossible. Revolutionary movements require what he called mental counterparts to material struggle. Not mystification, but the symbolic architecture that sustains hope through inevitable defeats. It's really grimy to be like, you have to argue for impossible goals because then when you meet little goals on the road to impossibility, it will encourage and inspire hope in people who think that that utopia is actually possible when it even isn't. They use Christianity as a thin patina, claiming that you can have materialism and faith. It's crazy. Praxis Fall, thank you. When you needed help the most, homeless, you couldn't get help from the government, so you think welfare and such is BS? It's a very weird system that I feel like punishes people who want to use it temporarily to get out of a hard time. And part of me doesn't understand why that is, and the other part of me is like, I wonder if this is just all by design. Because the more people that you can get on government funding that don't want to get off of it, the more control over people you have. Oh yeah, my BGM is still off, thank you. Karl Marx knew this, which makes his famous opium observation more complex than internet atheists assume. Everyone quotes opium of the people without finishing Marx's sentence. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed culture, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. In 1844, opium meant medicine, although its addictive qualities were recognized. Marx diagnosed religion as both a symptom of suffering and a response to it. The problem wasn't that people reached for transcendent meaning, but that capitalism forced them to seek it outside of material life. When Marx condemns capital, he channels the prophet Amos, raging against those who sell the righteous for silver and the needy for a pair of sandals. For over a century in the West, religious socialism meant almost exclusively Christian socialism, from the Anglican Christian socialists of Victorian England to the social gospel movement in the United States, with important but smaller contributions from Jewish socialist traditions such as the Bund. This historical narrowness makes today's multi-faith socialist organizing particularly significant, suggesting not just tactical coalition, but deeper recognition that capitalism's contradictions resonate across spiritual traditions. No, opium meant opium. Let's get addicted, kids. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Fight like hell. Is she a Beto female? More people really need to learn about what kind of person Marx really was. I think people would do with just learning about communism in general. The religious battle against slavery. Marx had a point about religion being dangerous. So this literally is just replace religion with a fucking socialism. AI will not save us. What the fuck? Contemporary leftists in the United States abandoned religious language. The right monopolizes it. Too many socialists dismiss spiritual needs as false consciousness, driving people with genuine spiritual hungers toward reactionary alternatives. The rise of conspirituality, the toxic merger of wellness culture, New Age spirituality, and right-wing conspiracy theories, demonstrates what happens when the left abandons the terrain of spiritual meaning. QAnon recruited yoga teachers. What? Reiki healers and meditation practitioners by offering a narrative that combines spiritual awakening with political engagement, however distorted. I wanna counter the QAnon recruiting yoga teachers, Reiki healers, and meditation practitioners with that entire dive into like Prince whatever's county that was like, oh no, the majority of our city is black, and the majority of the black people that work here work for the government, and everyone is losing their jobs, and so all of the businesses here are going to be greatly affected. And then when they talk to some of the local businesses, they're like, the crazy mysticism bullshit. And it's like, that's really predatory that you're coming into a county and you're just selling like magical gook shit. It doesn't make any sense, brother. Why are you doing this? Stop it. Get some help. So it's like the mysticism is on both sides. I don't think that really has any sort of right-left dichotomy. You loved the witchcraft tangent we went on that day. It blew my mind to learn that there were people talking about like witches being a big proponent of winning World War II because the witches were summoning like Norse gods to fight against Hitler's spiritual machination summonings. It's like, what in the Final Fantasy am I fucking reading? How many crystals do you have? 0. Get at me. The US left must recognize that millions identify as spiritual but not religious, seeking frameworks for meaning-making outside traditional religious institutions while remaining open to transcendent experience. These seekers often begin with legitimate critiques of pharmaceutical capitalism, industrial food systems, and alienating medical practice, only to be recruited into anti-vaccine conspiracies, sovereign citizen movements, and neo-fascist awakening narratives because no left alternative exists that honors their spiritual intuitions while providing materialist analysis. I feel like I'm gonna start drooling here. The algorithmic revolution threatens human dignity in ways that secular analysis alone cannot address. Artificial intelligence reduces consciousness to computational processes, relationships to data patterns, and creativity to probabilistic generation. We need frameworks that insist on spiritual transcendence while engaging material conditions to resist this reductionism effectively. The choice isn't between religious false consciousness and secular truth, but between despair that accepts existing conditions as permanent and hope that acknowledges defeat without surrendering to it. Religious socialism chooses hope not as feeling, but as discipline applied toward possibilities we cannot yet imagine, but must proclaim to make them possible. Isn't that just lying? Isn't that just lying to people? What the fuck? What is all the extra language? Sounds like yapping to pad it out so it sounds smart to dumb people. It really does just sound like I am smart. Please listen to me. I feel like I lost brain cells reading that. Yeah, they're commies. It's all just lying. Imagine. Imagine! And that brings me to Zoran Mamdani, once again, who is on the fucking little billboard sign thing for one of these websites we were at. Which website was it? Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Which website was it? Was it this? Not the religious socialism, but where we were before this. Yeah, this one. Democratic Socialists of America. He's on their little banner thing here. Zoran Mamdani owes New Yorkers answers. Today's damning New York Post expose revealed what we all suspected. The DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, have been dictating Mamdani's policies for years and is deeply embedded in his campaign. They have weekly meetings, secret marching orders, and they expect him to keep following their will if elected mayor. Here are 10 questions Zoran Mamdani must answer. Who's really in charge, you or the DSA? DSA leaders reportedly say you've held weekly meetings for years where DSA leaders dictated your assembly votes and policy positions. Will they be calling the shots in City Hall too? This guy must be very new. Oh, it's Andrew Cuomo. No wonder he knows fucking nothing. I was gonna say, this guy must be very new to how fucking communists work. Because yes, obviously they're working together. What do you mean? That's not even a question he has to answer. Because all he's gonna say is like, yes, obviously I'm making the policy, but his policy follows in lockstep with what the DSA wants. What the fuck do you mean? 2, what does following the will of the membership mean? The DSA openly says you'll follow their instructions if elected. Wow, the Communist Party acting like a party. Ooh, I'm so shocked. Don't you have the fucking DNC? Why are you shocked by this? He only knows how to kill grandmas. That's true. I gotta cut him some slack. Number 3, why are you hiding your true platform? You told the press that if it's not on your website, it's not part of your platform. What policies are you hiding because you know voters would reject them? I don't think he's hiding anything. I mean, we have video of him saying exactly what he's going to do as far as like government-owned supermarkets, government-controlled rent pricing. He said everything he's going to do. It just happens to also be what the Democratic Socialists of America also want. Because, wow, I'm so shocked that commies want to work together. You can tell somebody's full of shit if they can't explain something in a sentence or two. Almost always pseudo-intellectuals using verbose sentences to sound like they know more than they do. He must be very new. 5 minutes later, it's Andrew Cuomo. That makes sense. Yes, well, you know. Number 4, do you embrace the DSA platform as a dues-paying, card-carrying member who contributes a percentage of your income to both the DSA local and national chapters? Do you support their positions? And if not, which positions specifically do you not support? I don't know what Andrew Cuomo thinks he's doing here. Especially considering the robust support we just talked about the DSA having. I don't... What is this? Cuomo was compromised by the CCP as governor. He's not ignorant here. He's trying to sneak his way to a better position in the hierarchy. If he's trying to sneak his way to a better position in the hierarchy, he's not doing a very good job of it. He's asking questions he knows the answers to, so voters will learn something. I mean, maybe he's like, I should be the Democratic Socialist candidate, and I need to get rid of this guy so I can take his place. Maybe, but it just seems really fucking silly. Eat my shorts, DSA. Damn, Ripper was by Take-Two Interactive, 1996. I mean, if it's 1996, it's probably fine, right? It's probably, I don't know, I've never heard of it. But Take-Two's only been bad recently, haven't they? His brother's the main challenger in the race for mayor. Number 5, are you just using the Democrat Party? At the secret meeting, the DSA blasted the Democrat Party, admitting they only use the Democratic line for ballot access while rejecting our views. Are you exploiting the Democratic Party in the same way? I mean, yeah, I could agree he's asking a question he knows the answer to here, because he should definitely know the answer to this question. This isn't for us or Mamdani, it's for normies. Mamdani is running as a Democratic candidate, not a DSA candidate. He wants the New Yorkers to see. I don't think there's much of a difference. I don't think those word games are going to do us any good. I don't think a Democrat being like, hey, this guy's not a Democrat, he's a Democratic Socialist, is going to make any normie change their mind. Battleizer, thank you. There seem to be a lot of people who are mistaking wisdom for intelligence. It really shows. Chris is the commentator, Andrew is the governor who wants to be mayor. Same shit, different label, yeah. The him wanting to, like, take Mamdani's place would make more sense. Name 3 times you defied the DSA. If you are truly independent, when have you ever broken with them on a major policy or vote? When New Yorkers need conflict with DSA dogma... Sorry, when New Yorkers needs conflict with DSA dogma, who wins? If the city needs more police officers, but the DSA says abolish the NYPD, whose side are you on? I think we all know, but I would love for him to have to say it. I feel like we would get some sort of wishy-washy answer of like, well, we'll have to see what the needs of New Yorkers are when that day comes. And I mean, the needs could mean less policing or more funding for certain sects of policing, or maybe setting up some sort of arm of the police division that handles mental health emergencies. You know, I don't think we would ever get any kind of real answer out of this. He ate rice with his dirty hands. That should be an automatic disqualification. What the heck? There's a lot of blue dog Democrat union types that would not want socialists. These guys are typically in the trades in these cities. Pro-union, pro-Democrat. Guys are very normie. I would like to believe that, but I don't know anymore, man. Number 8, is it appropriate for an outside political club to hold weekly meetings with the mayor? Will City Hall essentially become an extension of the DSA? Number 9, will you put New Yorkers above the DSA? Are you willing to resign your membership and publicly commit to putting the interests of the people first? I think resigning his membership would be absolutely nothing. Like, he can resign his membership and still work for them and have meetings with their people. Do you really think that the DSA would get rid of a valuable candidate like this even if he's not paying dues? I don't think so. You're voting for Sliwa, but you know it's a long shot? Good luck, bro. Number 10, why does the DSA claim credit for your win? They said your primary victory was theirs. Do you agree your election belongs to them, not to the voters of New York? And I opened this article. Mamdani expected to follow radical left DSA agenda if elected, group's leaders boast at meeting attended by the Post. The Democratic Socialists of America expect Zoran Mamdani to be a party apparatchik who will strictly adhere to their radical agenda. Power-hungry members of its NYC chapter declared at a meeting attended by the Post this week. The standing room only event, NYC DSA 101, at the chapter's tiny outpost on the Lower East Side, offered a rare glimpse of NYC DSA's tight grip on its candidates, with the leaders boasting of a symbiotic relationship that continues long after election night. Our endorsed candidates are expected to follow the will of the membership, said Darren Goldner, a chapter leader who hosted the session. We work very closely with Zoran, he said. A lot of Zoran staff are DSA members and leaders. DSA's army of volunteers were crucial to Mamdani's meteoric rise, from dark horse mayoral candidate to landslide Democratic nominee. And the pivotal support means DSA will guide his policy decisions if he's elected, leaders indicated. Zoran running for mayor would not have happened without the DSA, said Goldner. He planned and built his run as a DSA campaign, and he was not going to run without the DSA. We weren't even planning to run someone for mayor, he added, answering a question whether it was Mamdani who came to the DSA seeking an endorsement or the other way around. One leader at the meeting trumpeted the endorsement as one of the most important moves in a modern American history. Kitsune-ne, thank you for Ikaron Nate, thank you for that 6-month gift sub to Kitsune-ne, entering its 4th month, thank you. Twitch making it hard for me to thanks. You dare him to ask that number 9 to dual citizenship people? It would be very interesting if we could get any answers to these questions. But again, communists just lie, and I think if any of these questions were answered, they wouldn't be answered truthfully. Because you have to obfuscate specifically what your plans are in order to temper the average person into voting for you. Because the average person isn't going to vote for a communist. Daniel Sierra, thank you for the 24-month manda. The Catholic faith deemed by papal decree communism is an antagonistic ideology that seeks to destroy us. Deus Vult, they will not succeed. In fact, power-mad party leaders gloated about their newfound influence. We're getting more power, exalted Goldner. People are asking us what we want for things. That doesn't happen all the time, and that's really important. There are lots of other left organizations, and they aren't necessarily building power in the same way. The NYC chapter, the DSA's largest and fastest growing, has ballooned to nearly 11,000 dues-paying members from 8,000 earlier this year, mostly Brooklyn-living Gen Zs and millennials, and the occasional boomer, with Mamdani's campaign fueling the surge in recruits. Mamdani himself proudly announced the 10,000th member in July. Socialism beats fascism, eh? I don't think they know what they're talking about. The meeting, in a small and dingy ground floor room on Jefferson Street where walls were painted communist red, started with distribution of name tags that included pronouns, featured references to Karl Marx, the OG communist, and ended with new recruits given Zoran for Mayor NYC DSA buttons if they scanned a QR code to join the party. Around 50 people showed up, which was all the room could handle. The 101 meetings are held several times a month, and leaders noted how they've outgrown the space and are looking for a new HQ. It was revealed at the gathering that Mamdani will be expected to meet weekly with party elders if he's elected. Through what it calls its Socialists in Office Committee, the NYC DSA regularly meets endorsed lawmakers to coordinate on what the DSA elected officials should be doing and how they should vote, according to documents handed out at Wednesday night's gathering. I wonder what other, right, because they say they regularly meet endorsed lawmakers. I wonder what other endorsed lawmakers are beholden to this party. The weekly directives have been given to Mamdani in his capacity as a Queens State Assembly member since 2021. As a state politician, he has pushed their extreme agenda. He's personally introduced several bills featured on the NYC DSA legislative platform, like Cecilia's Act, a bill to decriminalize prostitution, legislation to shut down ICE facilities in the state, and a bill to authorize more supervised injection sites. Andrew Cuomo, Mamdani's top challenger in the mayoral race, asked if he was in charge or the DSA. Zoe, the party animal, I guess is what they're calling Zoran Mamdani. The party animal. The NYC Democratic Socialists of America plan to meet weekly with their comrade Zoran Mamdani if he's elected mayor to shape his policy. Here's what's currently on their legislative platform. More supervised injection sites, decriminalize drug possession, expunge past misdemeanor drug convictions, decriminalize prostitution, get rid of mandatory minimum sentences in prison, close down ICE detention facilities, give health insurance to undocumented immigrants. Oh, that thing that doesn't happen. It's happening. Subsidies to convicts and illegal immigrants for housing. Fucking why would we fund that? Homeless, give them Wi-Fi. What? He's the life of the party back in Uganda. According to DSA leaders, for years they have told him how to vote, written his platform, and now they openly brag that if he's elected mayor, he'll follow their orders, said Cuomo, who's running as an independent after losing the June Democratic primary to Mamdani. That is not a democracy, that is a shadow government, he blasted. The speakers on Wednesday blasted the Democratic Party for being out of touch, admitting to using the Democratic line on the ballot only as a means to an end. Are you just now figuring out what by any means necessary mean? Like what? Come on, bro. The only way to get a socialist elected. Well, yeah, obviously. Like what? This isn't new news. What do you mean? Bernie Sanders ran as a Democratic socialist on the Democratic ticket. What the fuck are you talking about? Holy shit, I'm taking crazy pills, man. In New York State, it's very difficult to get a party line that is not the Democratic Party, Goldner said, answering a question about the DSA's position on running candidates as independent instead of Democrat. It's not just something that's feasible for us in New York at this time, he added, calling running as a Democrat favorable. He pointed to the DSA's failed attempt at electing Jabari Brisport to the city council in 2017 as a Green Party candidate, and then endorsing his 2021 comeback for state senate as a Democrat. It's been a contentious point for the left's growing socialist base, with Long Island Dem Rep Tom Suozzi recently saying they should leave the Democratic Party to create their own. Why would they leave the Democratic Party when the majority of Democrats are now okay with this? And even if the majority of the, like, establishment Democrat politicians are not okay with this, the majority of the base who votes is okay with this. So why would they ever break from the Democratic Party? Mamdani wants 1,000 more Irina Zarutskas. He wants to watch the city burn down. Yep. Pretty fucking much. Karl Marx is also one of the founding members of the German Social Democratic Party. It was the oldest party in Germany and one of the biggest. DSA taking over the DNC is way more valuable to them than building up the DSA. Yep. Very much so. Many attendees Wednesday made it clear they don't necessarily see themselves as Democrats. For me, why I left the Democratic Party to come to the DSA in this instance on a class-based analysis of everything first, which I think is missing from the Democratic Party, said one comrade. I'm here because I come from a very Democratic family, and I guess I've had a growing sense of disillusionment with the establishment Democrats and was very inspired by Zoran's campaign, added another new DSA member. Members blasted the Dems for throwing their trans and immigrant comrades under the bus to please the more moderate elements of the party, and blamed Kamala Harris's failed presidential bid on a campaign based on what they called imagery rather than material issues. The NYC DSA and Mamdani's campaign did not return the post request for comment. You feel bad for those in New York? Hopefully the good people make it out. I don't know what's going to happen in New York, but I would be very surprised if Mamdani lost the bid for the seat. I have a very sneaking suspicion that he will, unfortunately, be the winner. I don't want that to be the case. I don't think there's really any good opposition, but anything would be better than a communist. And I don't know. Please let him lose hard. I don't think he's gonna lose. I want to be wrong. I want to be I don't want to see a communist elected, man. You hope Papa Gundam gets the fuck out. And there's another thing here. Theater kid government entering the simulated violence phase. Zoran Mamdani screams like a lunatic at Tom Homan. He wants to keep the illegals in the city. Imagine. M Stealth GT, thank you. Is it you, or is YouTube even more cancerous than ever? You, a dark-skinned guy, can't say anything about inner city anymore? Yeah, it's gotten real bad. YouTube censorship got real bad. It is bad out here, man. Spartan D63, thank you. Soon enough, we'll need Kurt Russell to help people get out of that city. I guess so. Politicians should not be allowed to protest. It's really weird when like a politician goes down and does something like this instead of talking from their platform. NYC will probably end up like Portland, let's be real. Antifa will go around like a Revolutionary Guard and terrorize people until Trump sends in troops. And this is why it's like, I'm glad we're making, you know, hopeful progress in other areas, but I'm still just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's gonna take a lot. It's gonna take a lot. And I want to bring up... Oh, shit. I didn't realize I had so many tabs that I opened today. Hold on. Oh, God. I guess I will touch on the Virginia guy really quick, since that is somewhat related to how awful things are becoming. Mercenary21, thank you. Love Mandani's little bald spot that's growing. The greatest irony to you is that they call us Nazis when Antifa has become their brown shirts, useful idiots until they gain power. It's very sad. Very sad, very awful, very annoying. And as someone who routinely gets called those words, I'm tired of it, man. As long as politicians and CEOs who use those thugs are not in a cell, that shit's not likely to stop. Unfortunately true. So we have a Virginia AG candidate faces bipartisan backlash over violent, inflammatory text messages. We talked about this briefly the other day. Jay Jones, the Democratic nominee for Attorney General of Virginia, faced condemnation from Republicans and Democrats on Friday after text messages from 2022 resurfaced in which he said he would piss on the graves of GOP opponents and mused about hypothetically shooting then Republican Speaker of the House of Delegates, Todd Gilbert. In the text message exchange with Republican delegate Carrie Coyner, Jones used violent and inflammatory language, writing that if he were presented with a hypothetical situation in which he had only 2 bullets and was faced with the choice of shooting Gilbert, former Nazi leader Adolf Hitler, or former Cambodia dictator Pol Pot, he'd shoot Gilbert every time, prompting backlash from his former colleague. The fact that he doubled and tripled down on this makes it very obvious that it's not a joke. It's not a joke to him. This is something he genuinely believes, and it also once again points out they do not call you a Nazi because they think you are one. They do it so they can mark you as a target. If this guy was being serious about shooting some, like, random Republican guy over the actual Nazi leader or a Cambodian dictator, he's lost his fucking marbles. Genuinely an insane person? Yeah, very much so. The Sam Hyde quote is eternally relevant. It will always be eternally relevant. And I hate that that is true. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head, Jones wrote. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time. Like, you're not even gonna kill one of the dictators, you should give both to the Republican. That makes no fucking sense, you lunatic. Gilbert could not be reached for comment. The content of the text messages was first reported by the National Review. In a statement to CBS News, Jones said he took full responsibility for his actions. I want to issue my deepest apology to Speaker Gilbert and his family. Yeah, I just don't fucking believe you, you sack of shit. There's no apology that can take back the violent rhetoric you genuinely believe in. Reading back those words made me sick to my stomach. I'm embarrassed, ashamed, and sorry. I've reached out to Speaker Gilbert to apologize directly to him, his wife Jennifer, and their children. I cannot take back what I said. I can only take full accountability and offer my sincere apology. It's not an apology. You don't say those things. You don't double and triple down on those things unless you mean them. He is sorry he got caught. He's not sorry about what he said. And he probably doesn't even understand why what he said is seen as bad by most people. Because the Gilbert's a literal heckin' Nazi, man. Why wouldn't you want him dead? Like, come on, bro. The rhetoric is getting insane. Representative Abigail Spanberger, Virginia's Democratic gubernatorial nominee, swiftly condemned Jones's comments. I spoke frankly with Jay about my disgust with what he had said and texted, Spanberger said Friday. What I have also made clear is that as a candidate and as the next governor of our Commonwealth, I will always condemn threatening language in our politics. That's interesting. That's interesting that she's the Democratic gubernatorial nominee. And she says, as the next governor of our Commonwealth. Is she running unopposed? Does she have no opposition forces? Spanberger supports him. She still hasn't told him to drop out. Yeah, it's, you shouldn't want somebody willing to say those violent things as, like, a running mate, man. She'd be busy condemning all the time. Spanberger's Republican opponent, okay, she does have an opponent, so, fucking, why did she say as the next governor? It's not assured, lady. Lieutenant Governor Winsome Eel Sears also denounced the remarks. This is horrible to read and should be wholly disqualifying of someone running for an office that protects the people of Virginia, Earl Sears said in a statement, and he's completely correct. This kind of thing should exclude you from running from office. You shouldn't be wishing to see the children of a governor guy or whatever the fuck he was. I can't remember his position. Speaker of the House. Shouldn't be wishing to see his children killed, man. Winsome Sears is some not good stuff about Trump after Biden got in. Oh god, everywhere's fucked. Virginia's also full of DC workers who are hard left and just transformed the state like a battleground over the few years. Consider what we have in Virginia had Ralph Northam called to step down for blackface. That was too far, and this isn't. Well, this is because you're calling for the death of people who deserve it, so we only have to save face in public by, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'll say it again in another year, but I'm sorry. Jay Jones' horrific comments are a symptom of our entire Democratic Party, and his running mate, Abigail Spanberger, needs to call on him to drop out. Agree. Virginia has become a true battleground state in recent years. Democrats control the House of Delegates by 3 seats and the Senate by 2. But the executive mansion is occupied by Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin. News of the messages reached the national level as well, with Vice President J.D. Vance calling for Jones to end his campaign. The Democrat candidate for Attorney General in Virginia has been fantasizing about murdering his political opponents in private messages. I'm sure the people hyperventilating about sombrero memes will join me in calling for this very deranged person to drop out of the race. When you have someone willing to say, I wouldn't shoot Hitler, I wouldn't shoot Pol Pot, I would shoot my Republican opponent. When you say, I wish his children would die in his wife's arms so he would reconsider his policy positions. When you then double down that these are your real and true thoughts and you're not joking, this is not someone fit for the position of Attorney General. This is not someone that can be counted on to accurately put criminals away. This is not someone that you can trust in this position. On Sunday, President Trump called on Jones to drop out of the race immediately and offered his endorsement to Attorney General Jason Miyares. It has just come out that the radical left lunatic, Jay Jones, who is running against Jason Miyares, the great Attorney General in Virginia, made sick and demented jokes. If they were jokes at all. I don't think they were jokes. He wasn't joking. And I hate this line of defense that is extended to these people who no longer deserve benefit of the doubt. They try to claim it's jokes because they know that we will defend dark jokes, as that is by our principles of freedom of speech. They say something that is what they truly believe, that has no punchline, that isn't a joke, and then claim it's a joke, so we defend their ability to say it, even though it's just directly calling for violence. And that he wrote down and sent around to people concerning the murder of a Republican legislator, his wife, and their children. Mr. Trump wrote in a Truth Social post, Abigail Spanberger, who's running for governor, is weak and ineffective and refuses to acknowledge what this lunatic has done. Even Democrats are saying it is resignation from campaign territory. Democrat Jay Jones should drop out of the race immediately, and the people of Virginia must continue to have a great Attorney General in Jason Miyares, who, by the way, has my complete and total endorsement. Jason will never let you down. And then there was a little interview thing here. This is only like a 20-second clip. 8 News grills Virginia Democrat AG candidate Jay Jones, who wrote that he wanted to put 2 bullets in the head of the GOP leader. A lot of politics is about trust. I can think of nothing more horrific than a mother having to hold her dying child. How can Virginians trust a man who said something so horrific so callously?
A lot of politics is about trust. I can think of nothing more horrific than a mother having to hold her dying child. How can Virginians trust a man who said something so horrific, so callously?
Well, again, I am so deeply, deeply sorry for what I said, and I wish that it hadn't happened, and I would take it back if I could.
A lot of politics...
I wish there was more than the 21 seconds, because I want to see what he said after this, because that's such a fucking non-answer. That's such a non-answer. And this person here, this wasn't just a one-off thing, a political candidate who in a heated moment said something he wishes he never said. This is his philosophy. And she highlights the, yes, I've told you this before, only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. This wasn't an emotional outburst. This was something he sincerely believes in. His apology is not real and should not be believed by anyone. And then we have Elizabeth McDonald here saying, Jay Jones was convicted of reckless driving for going 116 miles per hour on I-64 in New Kent County in 2022. He avoided jail time by doing half of his 1,000 hours of community service at his own political action committee out of his house and not a nonprofit, which did not meet Virginia's definition of community service. Help. And contravened standard judicial practice. Plus, it directly benefited Jones' own political network, raising conflict of interest and ethics concerns. Which, again, is not somebody you want as your attorney general. This is not someone that can be held accountable or trusted to uphold any kind of rule of law. This is going to continue our downward spiral into not even just soft on crime, but why even bother arresting the criminals policies that a lot of people on the left seem to have adopted. He's sorry he got caught, not sorry he said it. Sorry my callous statements offended you, pretty much. Ryan, thank you. God said to love our enemy, but to abhor evil. Not all enemies are evil. Our enemy is. We do not give them the rules of people who are just enemies. Raider to the Lost Shark, thank you. You had a history teacher named Jay Jones, and he told you as a 9th grader we would have the same fate as the Roman Empire. He was right. Obviously no relation to this weakling. I do not want us to see the collapse of the Roman Empire in our American one. He's entirely projecting. The only way he learns is through pain because he's a coward. This criminal doesn't affect policy, so there's no point in inflicting pain on them by arresting them for hurting others. Imagine. G.S. Wolfwood, thank you. Jones is in the same garbage tier as Senator Dick Durbin, who will rile various psychos to do the dirty work for them. And then they'll say, well, it's time for our Republican opponents to turn down the temperature. I am not you, thank you. Spanberger doesn't like mentioning Sears because the Republican candidate is a black woman. That's funny. Don't speak to Electrohead, thank you. Used to work in warehouses in NYC with hardcore ex-cons, junkies, and schizos. Then you got a job around DSA at best types. The latter were genuine subhuman lumpen proles that made you miss the warehouses, to put it nicely. Hell yeah, warehouse schizo, what is your wisdom today? Thomas Collins, thank you. Foxu Nux collab when? Or is Foxu unsub more likely? I mean, I'm down to go on either. I like Nux, I like the unsub guys. I'm fucking down to talk to either of them, man. Ian Fior, thank you for the 5-month member. Have I heard of the supposed anti-meme law Mexico's trying to pass to penalize making any kind of meme of their politicians? No. But I guess that's what you get when a woman is in power, question mark? Mr. Turnip Jam. That sounds gross to eat. Thank you, Mr. Turnip Jam. You're less worried about what people vote for themselves than what they run from their mistakes to other states while learning nothing. Like a pathogen. Call it Commie-19 or 25. Yeah, the people that can't realize that what they voted for created the mess they're fleeing from creates problems when they vote for the same exact thing elsewhere. I don't know how you would stop that from happening, though. Mercenary 21, thank you. You love Mom Donnie? Oh, I already read that. Thank you again. Hell yeah, I'm caught up. Mr. Seal Boy, thank you for the money. Thank you. I guess the turnip juice wasn't selling. Who eats turnip? Turnip icky. Turnip icky. Let me close down my browsers here. We had a vast commie tangent today. I wasn't expecting long commie tangents, but I can probably kill the Axos guy today. I could probably do that. Turnips are good. That's where you're wrong. I like saying turnip, and I think turnips in video games are typically cute, but I don't like turnips in real life. It's horrifying that these people have seemingly no sense of object permanence. It really is. It really is. I don't know. I hate ever thinking that I might be intelligent in comparison to other people, but then I read all this shit and I'm like, what the fuck? How? How are you like this? I am clicking ever so slowly on my boat women since everything is finished while my French game is loaded. Or loading, rather. Loading! Please, Monjus, gather me rock! I love rock.
No, mama.
Turnips, nature's butt plugs. Please do not insert the turnip anally. What's wrong with you? Could probably do with more bauxite ore, I guess. I can't believe I finally have my carrots. I'm so happy. Are there any fruit seeds that I got? 0, 0, 0. Banamba 0, mango 0, lemon. Lemon! It's lemon time!
Nama.
Okay, I've got more tofu. Tofuti.
I don't have minced meat.
Cabbage, tofu, vegetable salad. I guess I could make some of these. I could make some of that. Cabbage and tofu soup, because I don't got no meats. I don't got no meats. No meat product. Okay, I've got all of that now. Got all of that. Today's the end of the week, so I gotta make sure all my shit is finished. Gotta make sure all my shit's done, brother! I have 8 of those, 5 of those, 5 of those. Okay. So I don't think I can do anything there. I think we're all goody here. Complete that bullshit. Give me work results, you dumb whore.
And then Polar Bear Tea House
is also where Catwoman gets bonusu. Go back to work, Catwoman. Oh, I just got items and I don't know why.
I don't know why.
Manju Eatery. I only have corn cup!
I only have corn cup!
Only corn cup. I hate it. I don't know what fluffy corn cup did. And then at Golden Koi, I still can't start Golden Koi because I'm waiting on food that's not just the meal. Okay. So we're all good. We're all chilling. We're all fucking chilling, man. Hell yeah. You need to take an IQ test because you're absolutely sure I'm above average. I am very average. I refuse to believe otherwise. Where the fuck is my mouse? Oh no. Oh no. I tabbed out of Azure Lane and into my game, and now my mouse is locked to the center of my monitor. How did we fix that before? Was it like Control-Shift-Escape?
It was! Yay!
Alright, now you guys can see the video game. Turn off the BGM. I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. Control-Shift-Escape. Okay. Alright. I gotta close Azure Lane.
Hee!
Above average IQ, pattern recognition is a huge part of IQ, and I have that in spades. But my memory is garbage, man. I can't remember jack shit. Don't speak to Electrohead, thank you. Warehouse Schizo of the day. Save 12 hours worth of mayonnaise, slapping sounds, and Francis E. Deck rants. That's how to make pipebombs.mp4. So your FBI agent has to listen to all of it. That's actually funny. That's actually funny. Cyclops Productions, thank you for the pounds. Don't knock turnips, they nitrify the earth, they heralded a 4-crop rotation, ended the need for fallow fields, and revolutionized agriculture. I'm not saying to hate turnips, I just don't like eating them. They taste and feel icky.
Alpha, thank you.
I like your funny words, anime woman. Thank you.
Checkpoint confidence. Go parry an accent.
Thank you for reminding me I cranked my volume up for that Momdani Twitter video. You're icky. Not you! Thank you, Battleizer, for the checkpoint confidence. I'm gonna fucking kick this guy in his face. I'm so ready. Alright, so I think... I hope that the path I've already been down is closed, because I know that there's more paths I have to go down. And if all of the paths are open, we're gonna be here forever, because I'm gonna get lost. You have a strong possibility that New Jersey might be flipping red this election? That would be interesting. Alright, so I've already went that way. So let's leave. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Personally, you only... Why does that keep happening? Only search sketchy stuff on Google. My Google search history would be traumatizing to a frail Victorian child. I don't think they would be able to understand. Hug the left? But this is right, and this is a new path. What do you mean by hug the left? Why does it keep doing that? I don't like the jump scares. C. Thomas Peasant, thank you. By the power of Munya, the Foxy shall overcome the French game. I'm gonna kick its ass. Rosa Takanashi, thank you. Memory has no weight on IQ or intelligence. It has everything to do with processing information. I know, sometimes I feel like my processes are real fucking slow, bro. I don't know. I don't want to think about myself as being intelligent, because if you think of yourself as smart, then you're gonna overestimate your capabilities, and you're gonna think that you know more than you do. But that's why I keep so many tabs, because it's like there's so much information everywhere, man. I could never possibly know everything. And if I have tabs, I could potentially know some things at some points in time. And hopefully that will help inform me more than having no tabs at all. I don't know. I don't know. You're regarded alright. Hello. Oh. Oh, these are my party members. Why were they just standing back here? But Kirsche, I did know about breakfast this morning. Oh god, I want cheesesteak. I want a cheesesteak. What is this abortion monster? This is like what comes out when I'm on my period. Why is this here? What is happening? Oh, random cutscene? Okay. What happened? Am I somewhere new? I guess going back into the mouth would take me back to where I was, so I'm gonna go this way? We might need to bring you to a Vagoober doctor? Absolutely not. When you have your period, it's not just liquid blood that comes out, but like, you're shedding the lining of your fucking uterus, man. That's where the vagina bacon comes from. Please don't be like 4chan and eat it. Tick, tick. I hate these things, they're so creepy. Disaffected scientist, thank you. You're a rocket scientist, and you're absolutely above average. I know! Well, I appreciate you fluffing my ego, but, you know. That's also a big reason why, if I was able to choose a superpower, it would be immortality. Because that would give me the biggest chance to be able to learn as much as humanly possible. I'd be able to go everywhere, learn all of the languages eventually, man. I don't know how much my coconut would remember things, but it would still be a lot of fun to try and collect as much information as I possibly could. You'd watch everyone you love die? I know, and that would be sad. It would be sad, but I'd really like to live forever. I would really like to, in the pursuit of knowledge. You know? And it's like, think of how many things that, like, we know to be true right now would be found out to just be, like, lies that were told to us to, like, placate us into rewriting history and shit. Or, like, things that we thought to be true that we later learn out just aren't, like, scientifically. You know? I don't know. That'd just be a lot of fun. What's that thing that one guy said? Where he's just like, the more you know, the more you realize you know nothing, or some shit like that.
It's me, I'm the flammable fox you.
Okay, I thought I hit the right button, but I guess I didn't. I am bound. It is R2 when they do the, like, grayscale attack, right? Okay, I did hit R2. I did hit R2, so I guess I just timed it wrong. No guard codesmith, thank you. No, immortality is a curse. You will eventually get stuck in a place you can't escape. It would be horrific. Nah, I want that. Zaimaru, thank you. Have fun floating in space after the sun dies. I will, thank you. The only thing that you know is that you know nothing. Yeah, that one! Socrates? Oh, it was Socrates nuts. I couldn't remember which guy said it. I just remembered it was some old guy. You're the smartest man in Athens because I alone know that I know nothing. All we are is dust in the wind. Hold on, wait a minute. Get burned, weird, freakish idiot.
Here we go.
I guess I'll just gradient attack to kill it. What happens when I get dismembered? Well, I would need a kind of immortality that would either allow me to, like, resuscitate when I am harmed, you know, like rejuvenation or some shit. Or just, like, the ability to be invincible as well as immortal, right? Because I wouldn't want someone to dismember me and, like, keep my head in a jar for scientific purposes, right? What if you become immortal and at the heat death of the universe, all you hear is Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You forever and ever? You know, I'd actually be okay with that. I can listen to the same song hundreds and thousands of times and not go crazy. I don't know, maybe it's the Tylenol. Futurama, Kirsche.
I know they're Nevrons, but witnessing the sorrow of others, I can't help but feel for them.
What?
A noble but tremendously fatal impulse.
Why would you feel bad for Nevrons? Like, even if we somehow find out in the future that, like, all of the Nevrons are the souls of the Luminarians placed into, like, weird creature bodies by the Paintress, right? Even if that were the case, we don't know that right now. They're just, like, twisted creatures of evil. So why would you feel bad for them? Don't feel bad for the weird twisted creatures, you woman. Monaco knows the heat map, truly. There's a stinky. Look at him, he's stinky. He's got green hair. And by hair, I mean air. And by that, I mean, whoops, I forgot that guy has a shield. He dodged me. He dodged me. How could he do that?
Careful now.
How come I didn't get a regular attack after I used all of my free aims? And how come when I used all of my free aims to kill that thing, it didn't regen any of my AP? What? What? Why did I just get cucked?
Let's dance.
Okay, so yeah, I do have the timing on that one. Scripted when it died. That's stupid. Don't speak to Electrohead, thank you. You with immortality and a one-way airline ticket to Israel, wearing nothing but a loincloth, a pot on your head, a giant sword, and a backpack with 5 pounds of German chocolate. Why do you want to be an RPG merchant? I'm so confused. The stinky flyers automatically apply exhaust on death. Kill last, can't avoid it. Ah! That still doesn't make sense why I didn't get my AP when I killed him, though. Hello, Stinky. Battleizer, thank you. Woman empathy checks out. Alright, I am ready. Stinky flyers! That's a shame that I have to basically nullify my first attack. That's a real shame, brother. Should be able to kill him, though. The other one did dodge! Hell yeah, brother! You said to kill it last, but the other thing's almost dead, so... Why doesn't it give me my AP?
Watch out.
Yeah, it worked out. It worked out. We're all nuts. The game applied the exhaust effect immediately, even if it wasn't visually represented. So even though it dies, I just don't get AP. I get fucked. That's so stupid. Can I fight those ones? Because they're big and, like, humping the wall, and that makes me uncomfortable. Exhaust stops AP. Oh! Whoa! I didn't know exhaust stopped AP gain. That makes sense. I thought it just reduced my damage. Can I go down here? No, that's death. Cannot kill the big wall humper, sorry. Shit game, 10 out of 10. PhD Jeshua, thank you for the 8-month resub. Glad to see you're enjoying Expedition 33. I love it, it's fun. I love my big bulge Frenchman. He gives me hope for the future. Exhaust does not stop the AP gain. You can pee your bed even if you're too tired to leave. What the fuck? Okay, I can't see the humping wall anymore. Did I go the right way or did I go the wrong way? Because I want to go the wrong way to make sure I get all the free shit first. That looks like a boss, so it looks like I went the right way. So, let me go back and see if the other way is the wrong way. That's a side boss? Oh, okay. Pee your bed for the love of... Please don't pee your bed. Please get up and use the toilet like a responsible adult. Why does he have wiggling dicks all over his back? Maybe that's why he walks with a jovial jaunt. He is the dick merchant, and I have come for his cocks! Hello, Dick Wiggler. Chromatic Ramassieur. Oh, those are hands. Whatever. They're still... You can still use like dicks. You can still get fisted. Fuck them. Let's slow this dumb whore first. I don't know what his attack patterns are, so this is gonna be rough.
Here we go.
And why does he have a Stargate on his back? Yeah! Help.
Here we go.
Take cover.
Fuck! Okay, well I hit one parry. Oh no.
Ready to evade.
I was expecting that to be a chromatic because it had like a special fucking tag for it.
Didn't really need it. I would have lived.
Jesus Christ. When does his turn end? What is this? He has like 10 hands, but he only had one turn. One attack for every hand.
Feel the storm.
My turn. Here we go.
A storm is coming.
His gimmick is he'll keep attacking until you successfully counter. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait, that means I can light him on fire and do extra damage, though. All right, okay.
Brace yourselves.
The changes in speed, man.
Get ready.
Where are those fucking candy asses talking about sound cues? Where are they? So I can cut their heads off too.
Let's keep going.
I hit the button, I swear to God. It's not always sound cues. That's what I said!
A storm is coming.
Alright, okay. At least I can slow him down. At least I can slow him down and make myself feel better.
Let's carve a path. Here we go.
He's got all those hands to clap those cheeks. Thanks, I hate it. I did not consent to this cheek clapping. Alright, now. Now.
Oh well. Didn't really need it.
Fuck. Slow. Fast. Fuck.
Let's dance.
Fuck! God damn it. I don't know how to tell when that one's done, because it feels like if I wait for the swing, it's too late.
Doing better.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you!
Okay. I'm ready.
I hit it when he started swung, and that's what I hit it last time too, and it was too late. Too late.
Oh well. That's better. Would have lived.
God damn it. That one has like 17 trillion hits, dude.
That's better.
This is doable if I can figure out the fucking patterns, man.
A storm is coming.
What if I don't... I probably shouldn't do that, actually. Maybe I should. Maybe I could. Maybe. Slowing him might not matter, so let's just not.
Bring it on.
Fuck.
On me.
Yay! Carry on.
I'm ready.
What?
Okay.
What do you mean? What? I counterattacked! Why did he go again? I've been lied to?
Feeling better. Ready to evade.
Oh!
Now is our chance.
Good fucking god, brother. Good fucking god, brother.
Last ditch effort.
I don't have gradient. Oh, thank God he was stunned for a bit longer. I love that. I love that. I love that.
Prepare to meet your end.
And I do have a gradient. Get fucked, retard! Hell yeah! Get him out of here! 50% increased counter-attack damage. Yay! I like counter-attack damage increase. I did it, and it only took 7,000 years. Almunia. Nah, Mr. Peroxim, thank you, sound cues. More like, sounds like a skill issue. Like, some of them have, like, a sound that it makes, but it's much better to go off of the visual cue. And a vast majority of them have no sound cues. Sam, thank you. Here for the fox suffering. It's very suffering. Just a filler, thank you. Sorry to hear you wish for immortality. That sounds like a long time to learn math. Fuck math. Math can get fucked. I don't give a shit about that bitch. Praxis Fall, thank you. Anya. If immortal, you can watch the end of the universe, then watch the Big Bang happen yet again when space collapses. As with all things, everything is a cycle. That'd be a really cool cycle to watch, though, to be fair. Battleizer, thank you. The bosses for the side areas are the floating faces. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The sound cues, when they turn up, are different for a lot of enemies. It can be annoying. Yeah, it's much better to go off of, like, the visual cues. But it's like, I don't know. I'm impressed when people can just, like, encounter something new and be perfect at it immediately. I'm pretty slow to learn new things. Don't actually know if that cycle exists, though, but I would know if I had the immortality to watch the heat death of the universe and then watch the universe be born anew. Should be able to date every himbo in every timeline because time is a cycle. But I just want one! I mean, I guess when he dies, I'll have to find another one, but, you know. Unless you weren't paying attention at the time, then you gotta go back around again. Don't say that. Dead tree? Oh. Lots of dead tree storage here. Hello. I've touched her butt, non-consensually. Ha. Kill the woman.
A storm is coming.
He dodged.
Here we go.
Hopefully that's enough to kill him with the burn. Yeah! If you have immortality, don't you just have to find a way to immortality your himbo so you have someone to spend eternity with? I mean, if that was possible, abso-fucking-lutely. But, like, I don't know how I would get immortality, so I don't know if it would be transferable, or, like, I could do it to somebody else, or, like, how that would work, you know? I don't think I would be, like, a vampire. Battleizer, thank you. Heat death is a long way off, since scientists are now convinced the Big Bang is still happening. Time is a social construct.
This is your song, thank you.
Oh, look, there's something shiny up there. But I might be crazy. Thank you, Dara Jolin, the Fallout modder. Oh, man, mods Fallout. Hello. Thank you for the slaves, Mr. Fallout modder, man. For the beautiful Bostonian fox, who I will cover you in molasses. Thank you. Thank you for the 100 fucking slaves. You're pretty sure ambrosia gives immortality? I don't know what ambrosia is. Like, I've heard of it, I just don't remember what it is. Hello, lady. Alright, this thing has shields, I didn't forget. Shield. And then I am going to... Floret the lady. Damn, that one was weak! And then we pop his dick.
Let's carve a path. Here we go.
Would I take immortality if it meant I could not have children? I don't... That's a good question. Oh, he made me black! I didn't know that was a thing! Hold on a second, I wanna skip her turn. Oh my god, that's crazy! I'm like a samurai now. Non-consensual melanation. I fucking guess. That's wild, brother. Is that okay? Can they do that? Is that blackface?
Here we go.
Oh, I forgot that he can dodge this shit. French game confirmed for blackfacing of characters? Yeah, I don't know. If I had to give up having children to be able to be immortal, people have children so that they can leave a legacy. But if I was immortal and I could go on to do even more, that could be a potential to think about. And it's like, I don't know. It would be, I think, harrowing to watch your children die of old age if you were immortal as well. I don't know. That's a interesting ethical question. Because, like, I wouldn't want to give up my ability to have children, but if that was the only way for immortality, I don't know. Would you take the deal you proposed in your Stream Elements tip? Did I miss it? Was it not a TTS one? Oh, I can't check it because I don't have my browser open. Hey, bye now, we mind! Michael Turner, thank you. Don't drink mercury. That causes the opposite of immortality. Yeah, that's, don't touch the mercury, man. Praxis Fall, thank you. Ambrosia's the nectar of the gods. If you eat it, it will give you a bad addiction, like divine crack. Well, hey, I don't tend to get addicted to things. Maybe I could drink the ambrosia. Find me the nectar of the Grecian gods. Which deal? I don't know. Senator Bigglesworth. You get immortality and invulnerability, but when you get in the mood or are doing the deed with a himbo, your voice changes to the voice of Gilbert Gottfried. I mean, I could just get gagged every time I fuck, I guess.
Expedition.
Also, how different is that from my current voice?
Edith's not back. So until then, we stay on recon. All these masks are freaking me out. Fucking creepy.
I agree, Albert.
I swear I could hear one of them singing. The Nevrons around here behave so strangely. Almost like they don't really want to kill us. They still do, though. This place is making me crazy. Maybe if I wore one of these masks, they'd leave me alone.
Interesting hypothesis. Interesting hypothesis. I'm also a little curious. Oh, he did put on the mask, it looks like, maybe. It's hard to tell, because they're all, like, crystallized, but... Why would the Nevrons here act differently and act in a way where they don't want to kill the people? But then they still do anyway. Rhetorical question, chat. Do not answer. It's me, the woman question asker. I think I've gotten everything here, so I think it's time to touch the mask. Potentially. Do I need to heal? No? Okay. Hello, sad mask. I have come to moida you. It seems connected to the axon. It speaks. He who lives in between, behind his veil, emotions swell. For a life forced to paint, what is he but a reflection of... Well, it was joy the first time, and if he's forced to paint and does not want to, I'm guessing anger? Nothing happens. Fuck. Something happened. Okay, sadness. Oh. Oh, okay. He's vomiting. Chat, I'm a retard. I literally said the face looked sad, and then I picked anger. Fuck. Alright, okay. We're just gonna set everyone on fire.
Let's cover path. Here we go.
What are you gonna pick for the angry face? Fuck, I'm black now. He takes so long to put it in, goddamn!
Let's push forward.
Alright, I can't heal myself.
My turn.
He out here dodging and shit. She would have died to the burn anyway. Shut up! I was too busy telling my mod to shut up.
I'll manage.
Revive woman.
Let's go again.
She's no longer black after I brought her back from the dead. What did they mean by this? Can I use her stains, actually? Will Mayhem do anything? I'm curious. What? Hit once? Okay, I have 0 juice, so I can't do shit with this bitch.
I'm ready.
What does that mean?
I've lived through worse.
Alright, get deaded, idiot. I got a Busharo! That looks kind of cool. Oh, it's crying. But I don't care because it's creepy. And now it's all rusty. Yay! I don't like that noise. Okay, I touch flag.
It definitely hurts him.
I touch
I
flag.
saw one more path.
I touch flag.
That's good.
I touch
You're
flag.
weakening him.
Flag.
This feels
Flag?
off.
Why can't I touch flag? That was weird. I don't like that. He died with a tantrum. And you said last path is to the right? Like, climb up? I can't climb up there, so... Okay, I didn't have to climb up there. I'm behind the booty guy. It's time for climbing. Or not. Hey, there's a face. It's red inside. I can't see inside of it. The fire doesn't hurt me? There's a lot of faces around here. Yeah? That one's kind of puking. And it's got some of the, like, vagina bacon around it. Angry looking face. The answer that asks is probably happiness. No, it's Angie! I already defeated Happy Face.
Great.
Not the bacon again. Well, tell the game to stop using vagina bacon as an asset, and I'll stop mentioning it. So simple. Alright, now we're back in Xanarkand.
Everything's destroyed.
Normally, I enjoy a little destruction. But this doesn't feel right.
It's rage.
Look! A DNA strand made of human bodies! What could they mean by this? Battleizer, thank you for the Angie! Oh, fuck you, you dumb cunt. Oh, man.
Take down that shield.
Let the ink flow.
Let's carve a path. Here we go.
Bonk. Well, he didn't do a very good job of counterattacking if that was his plan. The scary thing isn't that Kirsche has no filter. The scary thing is that this is Kirsche's filter. Oh, you shoot the mouth. It does nothing! I tried that before. Ooh, look, crawling bodies. They were trying to escape. How sad. It said ready to counterattack, not willing. I'm dying. There's no item here. Shoot the mouth when it's in counterattack? Oh, okay. The fish tank opening video really got mileage. I don't even remember what that was. It was too long ago for my brain. Beep, beep, beep. You know, I'm surprised they never make any of these weird hands, like, grab you. I feel like that would be a jump scare in this area, you know? Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like little jumping bug man. A weird looking dog.
Ow, wow.
Ow, ow, ow. A battleizer, thank you. You miss Raoul! True. I had a lot of fun watching that show, man. Uh-oh. There's a stinky. Double stinky. Double stinky and 4 shields? What the fuck? So there'll be 3. Oh, Jesus.
Take down that shield.
Shit. Oh, wait, they're not the stinky ones! They're not the stinky ones! Okay, hell yeah. Hell yeah, get fucked, retard.
Here we go.
They're not the stinky. I didn't notice they didn't have the green stench, so I thought they were stinky. Okay, so the boss is down there, so let's go up this way. Some of the faces are even caught in the weird vagina bacon. I wonder how that happened. And one of these things is turned to like the stone thing that the humans are too. That's weird. That's weird. I don't like that. Hello. Oh god, your stupid fucking shields.
I'm so smart. I'm so smart, chat.
Let's carve a path. Here we go.
I'm ready.
I think the first time I've seen her gradient counter. He's a little dude, like 5'6". You wouldn't fight him? No need? What?
Nice.
A revive tin. I got more there.
Okay, so I want to go back behind there. Damn. How do you even make, like, giant DNA pillars of human corpses like that? Because I imagine the humans weren't flying at you in those DNA pillars, so, like, how did they get up there? How did they get, like, turned into weird pillar thingies? Lots of glue! Oh, okay, that makes sense. That checks out. Oh, it looks like I can fall off of there. Okay. Oh, there's a rope. It's a good thing that there's no fall damage here, because I really like doing that. This was the center mass of Pompeii, I guess. Excuse me?
Good stuff.
On every damage dealt, try to consume 1 AP. If successful, increase damage by 20. What did they mean by this? Trap Picto. I don't know what that means.
You're outmatched. Here we go.
Take cover.
Ready to go.
I'm a grandma. I can do the slow attacks.
Oh, look at him. He's hurt. He's real hurt. Get out of my face, you disgust me, creature. Funk. They mean 20% increased damage at the cost of 1 AP on every move that deals damage. Not worth it? Oh. I thought it was like every move that you do that costs at least 1 AP does 20% more damage, and I was like, damn, that sounds good. Is that it? Is that all that's down here? Why is the grass the hair of ginger people? Okay, the mask is over there. Did I get everything here, though? I feel like I've missed something.
Hello.
Okay, there's a door there. There's things to fight here, so I'll go here first. Tick, tick. Not as funny as auto-death, though. Auto-death just sounds obnoxious. Okay, so these are 4. How did I do this last time?
Here we go.
I think the woman in the other shield should die from the burn.
Yeah.
Auto death is the natural result of a woman driver. True. Hello, praying person. Give me your juice.
Nice.
When applying a burn stack, apply a second one. Oh, that seems nice. It almost looks like she tried to kill herself so she could avoid whatever the fuck happened. You know, it might be apocalyptic, but it's kind of pretty. Up, 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 up. Give me your door. A window into outer space on Earth. dang, look at that booty. Oh, man, you're looking at his booty? Have you seen his bulge, man? Have you seen the dangle in this dingle dangle? It's kind of nuts. It's kind of cracked. The French are crazy, man. He's even got thigh jiggle.
Ow, ow, wow.
Ow, ow, ow.
Oh, I remember this. Each person has a different song that they play, right?
Train set! Chat, there's a train set.
I've knocked over all their books. Get fucked. What are these?
Oh, they're little paintbrush people statues. Little paintbrush people action figures.
I forgot what those things are called. Oh, there's 3 train sets. How did I see the smallest one of the 3? What the fuck?
Yeah, the Gestrels.
A battleizer, thank you. Oh lord, I can't read that because it's censored. That makes sense.
Art can be a window, and art can be a mirror. And great art is both. Son, you'll never be a true artist if there's always a mask between you and the viewer, especially when the viewer is you.
What?
Also, why does this say unknown? I feel like I should be able to tell who it is from the voice, but I can't.
An SKA plushie!
I want one so bad, but I don't want to buy like a knockoff Chinesium one. I need an official SKA plushie. I want to support. And then there's like an American pilgrim settler in the picture. Oh, is this one where I can break the mirror? No? Okay.
Well, there's another one of those guys, but he's facing the wall. He's been bad.
They did announce an official one is in the works. Good. Good, I want one. Wait, how do I get out of here? I thought there was a staircase. Oh, okay, it's over here. I was in the back this time. I was unaware.
Beep boop.
Devs are in the process of plushie. Give me mine SKA. Had I walked like 3 more steps, I'd have seen the staircase. Look, man, it's in my woman blood to ask questions that will just be answered naturally in a couple of seconds, okay?
Hello.
I think this is the last part before I fight the mask guy. I think this is the last thing I haven't touched. Ah! Help! What have I done? Fuck, I'm so dumb.
Here we go.
Fuck you!
Oh. Oh. Fuck you, I'm just gonna free aim you to death, dumb cunt. Battleizer, thank you. Woman surrounded by Nevrons, completely white, on their knees? We know what was implied? I don't think the Nevrons have sexual urges, actually.
What have we here?
I don't know, it would be nice if you told me. I was waiting for the pop-up, but maybe I'm retarded and I missed it somehow? It's not about the urge, it's about sending a message. What's wrong with you? A mask. It seems connected to the axon. It speaks. He who cannot fight fate. Behind his scowl, emotions blaze. But in the shadows, his temper fades. What am I but a mask of... Angie! Oh, the shield guys are the Angie guys. No, Dad, not the belt.
Romance flowing.
Okay.
Let's go the path. Here we go.
Ooh! Simple, easy.
Ready to strike.
Alright, so that woman is dead on her next turn. That guy does need some more doodly hams, so I guess I can doot him once.
Dead!
If she got this one wrong, I swear to God. If I had picked up playing this on the next stream, I probably would have forgotten about the mask faces and picked the wrong thing, to be fair. Didn't even have to deal with the gimmick. I don't know what the gimmick was. The music was cool while it lasted. Yeah, it was a nice battle song. After saying, oh, this guy looks angry. Yeah, probably. Baja Cat, thank you. Random question. Is it true that if you release a playmat, it'll have your leg, feet, reveal pic as the image? If so, you could just have all your monies. No?
I think that's all of them.
No.
We should be able to fight the
I also have multiple mats. You can get a large keyboard mat, keypad mat, mouse pad from Uwu Market right now. I'm using my Uwu Market mouse pad. Who the fuck is Matt? I was trying to remember the word mouse pad and it wasn't working. He's going to sneeze. All right. Okay. I know we're close to ending here, but I want to see if I can beat this fucking thing now that I've beat all the masks.
Hi! Lovely to meet you. Bravo on surviving out here.
Oh, I didn't know this was a merchant. I thought that was that weird guy that I talked to when I first got here. We're gonna use my L because she's my strongest damage doodlier.
On guard. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh. 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 Fucking... You dumb cunt! Ow, my finger. Ow. Ow. That's okay. He's dead now. Just face tank it all. Coverage of Bridge reminds you of the Berlin airlift. The communists were willing to sacrifice East Berliners and sit through months of sanctions to try and wait out the EU through the winter to win against the American logistical rescue mission. I hate Bridge. I hate commies. You made it to a stream. Hello! Hi! Thanks for the duel. It has been ages since I've had this much fun. You're welcome. Now give me your stuff.
Only 15% of all healing affecting. Oh my god, can you imagine this, like, coupled with my healing on counterattacks? That's wild. I'm poor now. Thanks, I hate it. Time check? Yeah. Aw, he's a lonely stick man. Hammer of Subtlety, thank you. Just dropping in to say hi and bonk. You started E33 yesterday yourself and you want to avoid spoilers. Just game purity. I'm the same way. I like to avoid spoilers when it's a game I'm planning on playing. Surely I can do this in a reasonable amount of time, right? Hello, boy! I would have traded my years for his. His life was cut short. He had so much more to do, to experience. This senseless war. Why? To what end? Lives shattered. For what? He was innocent. Innocent. It was the folly of his elders, but he paid the price for our hubris. I would have traded my years for his. Who are you talking about, dude? This place. This Axon. They are all part of his story. The man has gone silent. Well, alright. Who starts a conversation like that? Flip. Save in progress. I love to see it. Flip. Damn, this is spooky. I don't like this. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Water. Hello. Wait, how come my water doesn't splash?
Minoko, what does that mean? He who guards truth with lies.
Exactly what it sounds like.
Guard as in protect? Or guard as in control?
Yes.
He just like me? For real, for real? Tall mountain, baby. So many spooky masks. Oh, I would have fallen off that cliff if there weren't guardrails here. How did it go from being like deep, dank, dark despair land to like nice little happy hippie flower garden? Oh, hello. Hello, flag. What a perfect place for you to be. Just in case I'm unable to do this in a reasonable amount of time. Is that him? Giant mask Axon? There's a bunch of faces over here. Some of them are looking directly down at me. I don't know if I can show you what I've got. Their faces are all fucked up. He's a drummer! He got the drumstick! And black goo. He got goopy. Nice bulge, bro. Don't put it on. so holding the mask will make you go crazy.
I think you pissed him off.
Yeah, he invited us here and we pick up his child mask and throw it at him. How could we?
A storm is coming.
Hey, wait, there's a mirror there. What do I do with that? Should I keep hitting the mirror? I don't know how this works. So I hit the mirror to do damage to the masks? Damn, that's some illegal immigrant behavior of you come uninvited start shit. I mean, you know. The mirror is the only way to hit him. Interesting.
Here we go.
Interesting. Oh. That's cool and also gross. Hello? That was way too soon. Jump! 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 I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. At least he doesn't do that much damage. We're gonna immolate that thing. He's weak to fire, which is good for me.
Here we go.
Kirsche is an alien, might as well be.
Precision.
Goodbye. Hello, blue mask.
Watch out, my elf.
Peace. You can't attack with peace? That's not how that works! How the fuck am I supposed to know how to parry that? Oh, he's got a shield now? You dumb bitch. Fuck. Oh, they have two glowing eyes, and when I unglow one of their eyes, it goes away. Oh, I don't like this. Yay! Ah! Yay! Yay! Alright, that was pretty good. That was pretty alright. I did thing. Touch him in the dick.
You're outmatched. Let's go faster.
Let us stay.
I didn't get my second turn! I don't understand how that shit works, man. Wait. It looked like he still had HP left, so I'm confused. Is there a second phase? Hello. Look at how scary I am in my skivvies next to this thing.
People want so badly to know what's behind the mask. Front, back, recto, verso.
Hey, that's me.
Great art is both window and mirror. Whether it's your mask or theirs.
Harmless, huh?
He's the real Axon.
Child, we all need masks, but how you use them.
Ooh, Oh, flashbang. Okay, alright. The Keeper of the Mask. I am going to touch him.
Here we go.
I like his spindly little feet. The seal boy, thank you. The mirror is symbolic. The mask man is me. Okay, not a single parry. I'm nuts. I'm going to heal the woman. Owie.
Your end is nigh.
Defensive aura. He now gains a shield for each blow. Oh, fuck. That's a lot of shields, bro. Alright, okay. I'm gonna have to executive decision.
Take down that shield.
Wow, that's a lot of stains.
Ready to parry.
What?
Nice. Ready to go.
Okay, so I can successfully get rid of the first one, but I cannot parry the second one. I'm kind of retarded. It's a good thing I have Mael's breaking the rules, because otherwise this would be a fucking rough ass fight, brother. Can I get the rank A? Hell yeah. I am immaculate! I will immaculate conception. Yeah, that was a pretty easy boss since I killed all of his max babies. And by max babies, I mean mask babies.
We did it.
His head was empty.
We all need masks.
Third phase? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, he can't put a mask on. How come Sayel's the only one to take it off?
This mask can't hurt me. Because it is me.
What? Fucking what?
You okay? What happened?
Axon down. Let's bring this to the curator.
You gonna explain, Sayel? You gonna explain your grim, dark, edgy emo streak here? It's I am the mask. What haven't you been lying about, Sayel?
That was Verso, wasn't it?
You're Verso.
Renoir.
What did he mean by this? Sile was secretly Jim Carrey all along. Oh, fuck. Back at camp. Hello, vagina face. Please explain this mask to us.
Me? You want me to give it to you?
That's
Why?
weird. He only accepts gifts from minors. Oh, that was weird.
That was... I saw... What happened? I saw it. It was... Renoir.
I used to see him in my nightmares too. It can be quite traumatizing.
Why did they zoom in on the vagina face, though? What was the point of that? Kirsche asks, what does this mean? Mods hold a gun to chat. You have to put up with the don't answer the woman's questions. He needs a little lotion. Alright, we'll have to talk to everyone when we come back to video game. I'm glad I could beat the Axon. We gotta beat the other Axons next time on Dragon Ball Z. Kirsche taught me to ignore women only when they ask questions about movies or video games. And can we still not answer if we don't actually know anything? What did they mean by this? Yeah, we're gonna be talking to all of them when I come back to playing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's see, Homestead is online. Homestead, I see fucking Bagman. I'm gonna go touch the Bagman. He's playing something called Voices of the Void. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I hate how long it takes for things to load. Get credit when you share a viral clip. Earn bragging rights, badges when your clip blows up on socials. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know they did that. So that makes sense now. At the beginning of streams, I usually have like a little thing in my Twitch feed that tells me like who is the current top clipper. And I guess if you are a top clipper, you're going to get badges. So like if your clip gets 100 views, you get like a purple badge for chat. 10,000, you get a silver badge, and 100,000 views, you get like a little gold badge with a crown. A little special badge flares in the chat if your clip goes hella viral. Send me to your friends, traumatize them, get a badge for it. It's so easy. Sealboy, thank you. Disregard females, acquire currency. Oh, they had no idea how correct they were. Alright, after a stream of talking about fucking commies and killing some mask things in a French game, we're gonna go raid the Bagman. So give Bagman some love and tell him how much you hate commies. I'm sure he would agree. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Thank you for hanging out with me just a little bit late tonight so I could get through one of the big bosses. I didn't want to just kill his babies. I wanted to kill him too. As, you know, you just gotta make sure you gotta take them all out. Unlike that movie that we went. Brain broken. That movie we talked about earlier. They only killed the father and not everyone else in the movie. I'm losing my mind. I'm gonna go forage for cheesesteaks in the garden. Go tell Bagman you love him. Have a great rest of your night. Bye bye. Bye bye.